C'est beau? Et tranquille, paisible et calme. Ravi de vous voir. Bienvenue à ce grand événement ici au CCA dans la belle ville d'Abidjan, au Côte d'Ivoire. Welcome. I hope you understood my English there. Because as you know, French is my first language. I'm trying to learn English. But thank you so much. I know many people are stuck in a traffic jam, but we've decided that let's keep going. And as many do join us, we'll definitely carry them along, including our own senior Vice President, Mariro Aquino Lugbade. She's stuck in traffic jam. But as I was saying, this is a great city, Abidjan. And particularly Plateau, anybody who is in Plateau, you'll know that actually it's a very calm, very serene city. It goes to bed almost around 6 p.m. under the weekends. So when you're here, know that everything is fine. So let me say a very warm welcome to you. We've got our Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development at the African Development Bank with us here, Dr. Beth Danford. We've got the chair of the board of the Regional Platform of Farmers Organizations in Central Africa, representing the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization, PAFO, and that is Mr. Palebele Kaliang. And we've got, of course, executive directors of the African Development Bank with us here. One of them, an early bird that catches the worm, is already with us, E.D. Martin Kipping. Thank you so much for making it on time. Members of the Bank Civil Society Committee, members of the Bank Civil Society Coalition on Climate and Energy, guests from international organizations and sister multilateral development banks, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to the 2025 Civil Society Organizations Forum at the African Development Bank Group. And we are delighted to have you with us today at this landmark celebration of our journey together. This is our journey together. Don't we believe so? We are together in this. Nous sommes ensemble, don't you, sir? C'est bon? Isn't that so? Okay, let me welcome my co-moderator, Marie-Angèle Touré. Let's give a round of applause to Marie-Angèle Touré, please.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Franchement, bravo.
Kudos for this effort, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is a singular pleasure to spend this day with you. Such a special day, which is an embodiment of the collective engagement. I am Marie-Angèle Touré. I am an architect of words, and I'm happy to share this panel with Solomon Mugira, who always has the right words, and I hope that we'll have a splendid day together.
I'm blushing a little bit, so let me just crack on with my script. So this year we celebrate not only the maturing of our partnership with civil society, but also significant achievements. And this forum is designed to listen, it's designed to engage, and to co-create a better future.
Alors vous avez vu que Solomon.
You see, Solomon has very inspiring words. I am going to focus on more practical things, if you may. Before diving into the business, let me share with you the housekeeping rules, or our rules of engagement, so as to ensure a seamless unfolding of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please switch your phones to silent mode so that what your ringer doesn't steal the show from one of the speakers. And for seamless multilingual flow, we have interpreters sitting right behind in the booth. And I would like to say good morning, and they will be delivering the services in English and French. And please switch to the channel and language of your choice. For those who are online, please use the chat function or Q&A to ask questions or to make your comments, and our IT is here to make sure that your contributions get to us. And of course, you have the opportunity for our questions and answers in the room or out there remotely. Your voice counts and matters. Thank you.
CSO Forum 2025. So let's now begin our opening ceremony. We start with the voice of civil society, whose dedication and partnership have been instrumental in transforming lives across the continent. And right now, actually, I can feel that heartbeat of the entire Africa right here, right now, because we have representatives from more than 60 civil societies represented here and drawn from more than 25 countries across the continent, east, west, south, central, and north.
C'est vrai, effectivement, Solomon, tout le continent.
Indeed, the entire African continent is gathered here today. So to open this event, we'll give the floor, obviously, to civil society, this frontline and indispensable voice that helps to transform realities on the ground. So we'll start with the representative of the president of the Pan-African Farmers Organization, Mr. Kolian Palebele, who are building bridges between leaders and citizens. So, Mr. Kolian Palebele, you're warmly welcome to take the rostrum. We can't hear the speaker. Good morning, everyone. Although I do not speak English, I think at least I can manage to greet in English. Allow me from the outset to commend the government of Côte d'Ivoire for all the congenial facilities placed at our disposal, from the facilitation at immigration in terms of security and safety in our hotels. I believe that it deserves gratitude and a thunderous round of applause for the government of Côte d'Ivoire. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you how we engage with the African Development Bank. And this is indeed a singular opportunity because this is a major event, a high-profile event, and I believe that the bank, African Development Bank, has delivered to Africa on that score. Senior Vice President Marie-Laure Akin-Olugbade, the Senior Vice President of the African Development Bank, Ms. Beth Dumford, Vice President for Agriculture and Human and Social Development, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. On behalf of the Pan-African Farmers Organization and our President, Ibrahima Coulibaly, and the entire civil society of Africa, to extend a warm, fraternal, and proud greeting. President Coulibaly would have loved to be in our midst, but is committed by prior and unavoidable engagements and has asked me to speak on his behalf. A task I took on with great pleasure and honor. Distinguished guests, dear partners, it is indeed an honor and a duty to open this civil society organization forum for 2025, which has morphed since 2029 into the largest continental engagement platform between the civil society, partners, communities, financial and technical partners, and the African Development Bank. Since its establishment, the forum embodies listening, co-creation, and collective action. It is also a reflection of the convening power of the bank, this unique ability to pool the energy, the voices, and the hopes around a common mandate to raise the quality of life of the people of Africa. And indeed, it is the fifth strategic priority of the bank, improving the quality of life of the people of Africa. And this is not a declaration of intent. It is not a slogan. It is a concrete vision that is reflected and that is crystallized. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the most recent embodiment of the shared vision is the exemplary trajectory of partnership between PAFO and the African Development Bank. As early as 2019, discussions for an MOU were initiated. In 2024, the MOU was officially signed, marking the commitment of the two organizations to work together on the key objectives, that is access to financing, structuring of value chains, empowerment of small farmers, inclusive agro-industrialization. And in April 2025, from the 13th through the 15th, this cooperation took body at the Nairobi conference on, small farm holdings. On African agriculture, an event co-sponsored with the bank, gathering about 600 participants from 40 countries, including 7 African ministers of agriculture, 12 regional organizations, donors, and especially several farmer and rural organizations in Nairobi. More than $300 million of financing commitments or pledges were made in support of smallholder agriculture, access to sustainable, input, rural credit, and local innovation. We also asserted the pivotal role of the agricultural civil society in the implementation of effective, tailored, and sustainable public policies. We also highlighted the fact that Africa's food sovereignty will not happen without the producers. Dear partners, today PAFO is a full-fledged member of the African Fertilizer Mechanism, launched with the support of the bank, African Development Bank. Why is this mechanism critically important? It is because in Africa, less than 20 kilograms of fertilizer are used per hectare as compared to 150 kilograms in OECD countries. Yet, without fertile soil, there is no food self-sufficiency. And civil society is not standing on the sidelines of this development. It is indeed in the heart of its relevance, its sustainability, and impact. Our added value is concrete and high, and we have a lot of value to add. And the civil society has several strengths. First of all, it is anchored in our villages, in our neighborhoods. It has very clear knowledge of realities and experience, trust of the people, and more often where the governments are unable to act, and social innovation, which is often silent but decisive, and especially the ability to translate policies into concrete and visible and measurable action, because as it is often said, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. Distinguished partners of the bank and civil society, we would like to commend here and now the vision of a man, that is President Akihumi Adesina, who, since he assumed duty as president, did not only raise agriculture as a priority, but also understood that development is first of all a human endeavor. He also established a dedicated division for civil society and community engagement that testifies to the fact that the bank goes beyond being a financial institution. It is indeed a partner when it comes to transformation. And as it is often said in our villages, if you do not feel development in your plate, it's not development at all. And furthermore, to go with altruism and to paraphrase President Adesina, he says, you do not eat a GDP, but you eat millet, yam, cassava. That is food. And the theme of this forum, celebrating civil society, a call for action, which is celebrating civil society's contribution to Africa's development journey, is indeed highly symbolic, because celebrating is also acknowledging the journey covered, but is especially committing to go even further. And at PAFA, this Africa Civil Society, we have resolved to go far with the bank. Distinguished guests, dear partners, we are launching a collective call to all the stakeholders who are here. Let's stick together. Let's be committed. And let's be mobilized. The community space is shrinking. The community engagement space is shrinking in some areas, whereas multilateralism is also challenged. And at a time when social, food, and climate emergencies are gaining traction, we welcome the bank's vision by offering us a platform to bolster alliances and to chart our own course, African course, to a sustainable human development. Africa will grow and will be developed with its partners, but it will set the tone, the priorities, and values. Distinguished guests, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's civil society will continue this journey alongside the bank. We will fully play our part in this grand symphony of developing Africa, and we are well aware that we can always count on a reliable AAA bank which has a soul driven by women and men who believe in what they are doing. Madam Senior Vice President, thank you, and please convey to President Akihumi Adesina our gratitude to the extent that the African civil society is proud of him, proud of the bank, and of the journey covered. And as the wise say, keep going and keep going. So let's keep going. Thank you for your kind and keen attention.
No, thank you so much. Once again, Let's give Mr. Kaliang another round of applause. No, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kaliang, pour votre message.
Thank you for that powerful message.
And your reference to the work of the bank in partnership with the civil society and more so the leadership of President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Kiumi Adesina, the enduring partnership in what you called the Grand Symphonie of developing our continent. Now, avec plaisir,
Sir.
introduce the Vice President for Agriculture, Human and Social Development here at the African Development Bank, Dr. Beth Danford, please. Let's welcome her.
So thank you, Solomon. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, leaders, representatives of civil society, government leaders, allies, all protocols observed, and a good morning to you all. The fact that so many people are here, even though it was so difficult to get here, I think is a testament to sort of our commitment to this engagement and the importance of this session today. So thank you again. And in fact, all of the African Development Bank Group leadership welcome you here with us today. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank those of you joining us online in our regional member countries, as well as beyond Africa's coastlines. Your time and support are really, again, a testament to the partnership and engagement between the African Development Bank Group and African civil society. And I'd like to acknowledge the previous speaker, Mr. Kaliang Palabele, who's representing the Pan-African Farmers Association president and other important constituencies today. And really, those were inspiring remarks, so thank you very much. Your continued leadership in promoting community engagement, inclusion, accountability, and people-centered development is appreciated and it's valued. So this year's forum, the theme is celebrating civil society's contribution to Africa's development journey. So it's very timely. So over the years, civil society engagement has become an important cornerstone of the African Development Bank's work. And what was once an inspiration for us all has evolved into structured, institutionalized, and results-driven partnership. And so today's event and its framing is powerful. We are not just celebrating bank and civil society collaboration. This theme is a recognition of progress, but also a rallying cry that the journey is not over. It reminds us of our potential and our shared vision for deeper collaboration with the continent, with the African Development Bank, that the African Development Bank serves. So for myself, as the lead for the African Development Bank on agriculture, social and human development, I have really seen firsthand how civil society organizations elevate voices from communities, both rural and urban. So civil society organizations work with institutions as well as help hold institutions accountable. Civil society organizations bring innovation, bring creativity, and importantly, community-minded inputs to the work that we do, to development work. So with civil society inputs, civil society organizations in mind, we're rolling out a recently approved 4-year civil society engagement action plan. So this plan really marks the full engagement of civil society across the bank's operational model. So last month, the bank held a community of practice on civil society engagement. And so this session was designed to strengthen stakeholder participation and also enhance the impact of bank operations. This was an in-person and online event, and it was a series of events. It mobilized hundreds of civil society organizations to really rethink perceptions around fiscal justice and global equity. So these efforts are grounded in the bank's capacity development strategy and reinforce our belief that knowledge, voice, and partnership are at the heart of transformative development. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the bank civil society engagement, it's not just talk. The bank has recently mainstreamed civil society inputs in more than a dozen bank-financed projects. So consider our Sahel Women's Empowerment Project. This example shows that working with civil society, the International Committee of the Red Cross in the region, this project reached some 11,000 vulnerable or displaced women and girls, teaching them income-earning skills like livestock herding, like setting up small businesses, like small shops to prepare and sell basic meals. Or consider our Central African Republic and Democratic Republic of Congo cross-border water program. This project is bringing safe water, sanitation, hygiene to more than 2.4 million people. So beyond this very important infrastructure, this initiative builds resilience, promotes public health, and strengthens peace and cooperation. So the bank's advocacy for civil society benefiting programs is garnering more financial support. And for example, through our transition support facility, the bank has mobilized more than $7 million for civil society organization-led activities. The bank's Africa Climate Change Fund has channeled $6 million to support 17 civil society climate-related projects. So these figures, they speak to growing trust and the bank's willingness to resource what we know works. And if you allow me, I'd like to last mention our civil society-minded efforts with the African Union's Africa Economic, Social, and Cultural Council. So I'm proud to share that recently the council presented the bank's Civil Society and Community Engagement Division Manager, Zainab Touri, with an award recognizing the bank's track record of collaborating with the council in service of civil society. So, of note, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, the council and the bank co-organized safety awareness raising webinars, held post-recovery dialogues that helped build public trust and kept communities informed. So looking forward, the African Development Bank continues to believe that civil society is not an add-on. Civil society is the added value that makes development inclusive, transparent, and sustainable. And as we open the 2025 Civil Society Organizations Forum today, let us celebrate what we have achieved and, importantly, recommit ourselves to the journey ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Vice President Danford, for reaffirming the bank's enduring commitment. And your powerful words there as well about the engagement the bank has with civil society is not just talk. It's in real actions, as you've just told us and as we are witnessing, and saying the civil society, you are elevating voices from rural and urban areas. And what also Vice President Danford told us, you bring community-minded input into what the bank does. And you've taken us to Cameroon, to the Democratic Republic of Congo, giving us a sneak preview of what the bank does.
Effectivement, Solomon,
So we give once again. Yes.
Vous m'avez ôté les mots de la bouche.
You took the words right from my lips, Solomon, indeed. The Vice President had powerful words, bearing hope, and she recalled the fact that the battle is not done and that we have to double efforts despite the milestones. And your message has actually set the stage for our proceedings and also set out the broad and common strokes, considering that a picture is worth 1,000 words. I would like to share with you a video on the concrete work of the African Development Bank and with the civil society. And you have clips from various countries. And the civil society is no longer at the periphery of public policy. It is at the forefront of public policy. So please watch with me.
Civil society organizations are actually closer to the people. They're right there where the people are. They live with them every single day. They hear their issues and their challenges. And therefore, we as a multilateral financial institution must be very sensitive to feedback that we get from the civil society, and we are.
The African Development Bank Group is meeting civil society organizations where they are driving real change. Grassroots and youth organizations, women's associations, farmer cooperatives all have a role in uplifting communities, advocating for the vulnerable, having a voice in the development of the bank's work for the Africa we serve. The African Development Bank and civil society partners are collaborating on more than 70 bank projects across the continent, improving the quality of life for the people of Africa. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, the bank is listening to the needs of the women-led cooperatives and boosting productivity and profits.
Je veux dire que vraiment avant, quand on faisait au manuel, on pouvait faire soit 60 tonnes, 60 à 70 tonnes par an. Mais aujourd'hui, on fait jusqu'à 188 tonnes par an.
In the Sahel region, bank collaboration with the International Committee of the Red Cross is strengthening food security and creating jobs for women survivors of conflict.
On a décidé d'appuyer principalement les femmes les plus vulnérables et qui ont démontré des capacités de pouvoir mener des activités génératrices de revenus.
In Uganda, the bank has connected civil society organizations like the AVSI Foundation to its clean energy funding opportunities. That financing helped the foundation train thousands on how to grow their incomes by selling sustainable energy products like clean cooking stoves.
The trainings are implemented hand in hand with the private sector, who can guide us on what are the actual needs of trainings for the beneficiaries, who can fit the business model of the different partners in the sector.
The needs of beneficiaries are central to the bank's work. The bank's new Civil Society Engagement Action Plan mandates that every bank-supported project include civil society input from design to implementation. In northern Côte d'Ivoire, a bank-financed agro-industrial pole project sought buy-in from the area peasant organizations agricultural set to benefit from the project. The talks resulted in greater community awareness of and farmer participation in the special agro-industrial processing zone. In all, the bank has consulted more than 150 civil society organizations involved in bank project design and implementation. The bank has a track record of providing platforms and opportunities for civil society to be heard, to move from the margins to the center of the bank's work. Let's accelerate the transformation from talk to action.
The time for incremental change has passed. We have the solutions, and we have seen proven models that work. What we need now is scale, is speed, and strategic collaboration between the public and the private and civil society.
The African Development Bank Group stands shoulder to shoulder with civil society organizations. We may bring a diversity of voices to the conversation, but we are united by one vision: an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient Africa for all.
We can see the power of the work the bank is doing in partnership with civil society on the ground and changing lives, improving lives, and that's what development is all about. So what I want us to do, we've had very good speakers this morning. I want us to make sure we take the photographs before people find other engagements. And so I will invite Vice President Danford, first of all, and our speaker, Mr. Kaliang Palebele, and protocol, please do assist us. May I also recognize the presence of Executive Director with us, Rufus Dakote, joining Martin Keeping with us. So let's get the photographers here. First of all, Mr. Kaliang, please join Vice President, and then from there we'll go to a larger group. Excellent, that's it. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Maybe you can remove your tag if you want, Mr. Kaliang. Yeah, okay. So now they will stay on the stage, and maybe they might come a step down to be joined by our executive directors, civil society officials, and the bank's management. If you can come, please. Yeah, so photographers, please do arrange our guests so that you... Okay, thank you, our guests. You can take your seats so we can continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now begin a milestone session celebrating the institutionalization of civil society engagement in the African Development Bank, your bank. This is your bank. And a journey of 1,000 miles that began with a single step in 1990, evolving through a policy document in 1999, and settling down for the first ever civil society forum in 2009.
Effectivement, Solomon. On dit souvent.
Yes, absolutely. Often we say that in order to understand the future, we need to pay tribute to the foundations upon which we build. This session is an opportunity to look back at the past, at the success achieved, and to discover the ambitious action plan which will guide our efforts to 2028. So we will focus on the bank's engagement and some key milestones in partnership with CSO.
Johnny, let us bring on stage Mr. Mamadou Goita, one of the pioneers of the bank's CSO partnership. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I think you can come here, isn't it? Yeah.
Au pupitre, ça serait
merci. Yeah, oui. Yeah, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, c'est vrai.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to see all of my friends from the AFDB as well as from civil society organizations and many players who've fought over the years in order to ensure that our partnership, indeed our synergy of action could come to fruition. The bank is our bank and works very closely with civil society in order to ensure that all its actions impact communities.
Avant 2009 et puis après.
2009 is a pivotal year, so there's a before and after. A number of us had been struggling for a number of years on multiple fronts, but particularly with the World Bank, in order to ensure that development and instruments were made available to us. We realized that we had our own bank as Africans, and I believe firmly that the work of this bank needs to impact our continent. This is why we started working with a core group to collaborate with the bank with a view to improving not only the instruments available, but also to help ensure that the contributions of CSO, of the African CSOs, be built on in a spirit of development, of co-creation, and in a conducive environment. So prior to 2009, we were able to conduct a number of studies which serve as a foundation. So we had 5 studies which were pivotal, focusing on the bank's action in the 5 African regions. We also worked with the diaspora from across Africa, which plays a key role as well in this effort to provide also their views on the impact of bank projects across the continent. Two key findings are that first, that there's very little visibility on bank projects. Africans do not really know, or they're not aware of the role of this instrument in their development. There was much of a focus on the Bretton Woods institutions, and those of us who are more, even those of us who are informed about civil society, do not necessarily understand bank initiatives. Secondly, is that the bank was not making it easy as well, was not necessarily doing as much as it could to provide the information. The information was often lacking on the website. There was a lot of reluctance as well to share access to information. So these two key findings led us to approach the bank in order to determine to what extent all actors could be informed about its initiatives, but also to contribute to what is done, since there was human and other skills, resources that were being lost along the way because of this. In 2009, before we were received by President Kaberuka, to whom I'd like to pay a vivid tribute because he played a pivotal role in paving the way for this mechanism that we have today. So he received us at the time for the very end. So 9 people from civil society were invited to take part in the work of the bank, which was a major milestone. We had previously discussed, there was, as you know, one part-time staff member working on civil society at the bank, and who was also responsible for coordinating the participation of CSOs at the annual meetings. That was, in fact, the extent of the CSOs' participation. So a limited number of CSOs were invited to take part in a limited number of activities. But starting 2009, we requested that a mechanism, that this whole engagement mechanism be reviewed, to have more engagement between annual meetings, and to ensure that the instruments made available by the bank could have an impact on Africans both in the continent and outside of it. So that we could also assist the bank in its impact. So this mechanism that was adopted made it possible, including with the action of many CSOs, many of whom are not necessarily here, but they played an instrumental role. We had the privilege, with the support of President Kaberuka, to pave the way and to adopt some fundamental instruments enabling active participation from CSOs. I'm referring here to the safeguards policy, which at our instigation was reviewed deeply in 2017. So there was a revision of these important instruments pertaining to environmental, gender-related, as well as other aspects. We were also able to work with the recourse mechanism, which became more engaged with CSOs, leading to improved instruments that are used today. There's many things I could say, but my time is limited, and I'm not sure how much time I have left. But I wanted to underscore that there were some key milestones. When we went to Tunis, in fact, the bank organized a number of events beyond or in addition to the annual meetings, and so I, at the time, had asked the bank to organize some open day sessions or to open house sessions. And so very swiftly, in following coordination with the vice president of the time, such open house days were institutionalized across the offices in Africa. Civil society, in so doing, demonstrated its ability to be not only activists who are claiming their rights, but also to be collaborative, constructive, and involved in instigating initiatives. And I'd like to recognize the many people who were responsive to this. When we asked in 2009 that a full-time person be hired by the bank to coordinate with CSOs, I think that happened. And Zineb, who's in the room, was recruited at the time, and she played a very important role. She worked with us in order to achieve that, I think, so we can recognize her effort across this whole process, and many other colleagues followed suit, of course. I think what are some of the lessons that I could underscore? There were key moments of hope, some moments of confusion, of despair as well, or dismay in our collaboration. Many anecdotes come to mind, but I think that one lesson that I could draw here is that building trust takes time. But once it is achieved, you also need to sustain it with facts. So there's one anecdote that I'd like to tell you. There was an incident during the Lusaka annual meetings. I myself was in transit. I had just boarded in Addis, and I received a call telling me that a civil society player following a meeting had informed the bank that there were riots in the country because the annual meetings were being held there. And so at the time, we needed to make arrangements to change the format of the engagement, but also to better coordinate the work with the bank. So when I arrived, we organized a meeting and we discussed this with the bank, so the person who experienced this was from Central Africa. But thanks to the open communication, we were able to resolve this. And so you see, once trust is built, you can see that there's action, and very tangible action that leads to resolution and to further communication. We also realized that what has been achieved needed to also be consolidated through close monitoring. CSOs need not to rest on their laurels, but rather to always be attentive. So I've worked with Kolian from Chad, and in fact, with him, when President Adesina came, we wanted for the president to meet the farmer communities and CSOs. So we discussed this with Zineb and other colleagues, and this led to a meeting here in Abidjan, leading to the process that we are discussing today. So you see, these are accomplishments, achievements that need to continue to be nurtured and sustained. We're working on the process. We're working on continuity of our work, and our accomplishments. And thirdly, a third lesson, one that I particularly suffered from, CSOs, civil society can be complex. It's varied. It's diverse, which is a strength, of course. But it has tremendous power as well when it's mobilized. And this is a lesson that we were able to draw. The bank, through its processes at the time, would meet different players each time, in some cases people who were ill-prepared, and this created a lot of challenges, and therefore consistency was not necessarily always there. And that's why there was a need for tremendous efforts to train our civil society. In fact, there were annual training sessions, both on instruments but also on content, which greatly helped many to catch up and to learn and as I said earlier, civil society is very diverse. It's very multiple, but it needs training. It needs to work towards synergies. It needs to understand the challenges. And some of us were endeavoring for a change in ADB policies with our states. Others were advocating for projects, etc. So it was useful, but we were able to learn from this process. And three key lessons that I was able to draw in. So train, to seek information, trust, and a dialogue. The bank provides us with beautiful instruments, beautiful projects, and at the Pan-African level, but also at country level, and where many challenges remain. So, in closing, let's keep this collaboration going. We're open to dialogue, which will continue, which will need to continue, because nothing is ever cast in stone, and there's a lot to be done yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Goita. Thank you for reminding us of the historical overview. I saw many people nodding in the room, many people remembering, I'm sure, some of the stories, episodes you talked about. Talked about the hope as well. You talked about building trust as a lengthy process, and that today, however, we have this a legacy of trust. As I said earlier at the beginning, we are followed online, and we are receiving some comments. Let me share a couple of them with you in English, so that those of you who are listening will know that we're also following them. A first comment from Ineza.
To see CSOs at the bank's headquarters. Congratulations on this open house. Greetings from Burundi. We also have We Are Connected from Tanzania. Asante sana from David Ndichu. And greetings from Madagascar. Our warm thanks to PFO, Feeding Africa. We fully support this vision from Mr. Andrea Ciarana. So you see that the whole continent is physically and virtually represented. So we thank them once again. Pour approfondir notre réflexion,
to go deeper into our discussion on the bank's engagement with civil society, it is my great pleasure now to invite an absolutely emblematic figure in this collaboration with CSOs on a daily basis. She works on enhancing the engagement and the role of CSOs in Africa's development. She's convinced that CSOs are pivotal to the social and economic transformation of Africa. Please help me welcome Zainab Touré, Manager of Civil Society and Community Engagement Division at the bank.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear civil society partners, dear colleagues, as Mamadou Goita, whom I'd like to thank. Mamadou, thank you very much. You were a pioneer. As he recalled, we have come a very long way. We have followed the path that was very demanding, but truly transformational. It was based on conviction, trial and error. In some cases we failed, but we have had consistent movement, consistent action. But let me, however, underscore that this direct dialogue that we're having today between the bank and civil society dates back to 2009 and was supported by the bank. And since then, this dialogue has continued to grow. And today we celebrate the 16th consecutive edition of the Civil Society Forum, the African Development Bank Civil Society Forum. Over the years, we introduced innovation. We alternated the different formats of forums. So today we're holding a continental-wide format, but we've also had regional formats in order to support the bank's decentralization thrust and to work closer to local populations. We've also developed better structured, more inclusive instruments and mechanisms, placing populations and CSOs at the heart of our action at the bank. But we need to look back, because this impetus was strategically supported by President Akinwumi Adesina. In his inaugural speech, in fact, he placed civil society organization amongst strategic partners for an inclusive, prosperous, and resilient Africa. And it's the impetus of this vision that that has enabled us to go from one person to a whole division at the bank as well. We have a team of about 10 people, both at headquarters but also in the regions, to work more closely with populations. And since then, we have also improved our instruments, so dialogue with the Open Day activities which were proposed by civil society. We work with, engage in dialogue with national, regional civil societies. We also set up a committee, an advisory dialogue-based committee for both the bank and CSOs. We co-created the platform, between the CSOs and the bank on climate and energy, enabling us to make our voices heard in our advocacy on climate, energy-related matters, and strategic venues such as during COP meetings. We've also improved our action in the field through a number of instruments, through the systematic streamlining of CSOs and the drafting of our country strategy papers, as well as in the integration and mainstreaming of CSOs within our operations. We've also innovated. Our youth is vibrant across the continent and on social media, and that's why we've also sought to build on that vibrant communication. We've developed a digital platform for civil society engagement, so information is readily available. We have a community of practice on civil society engagement, making it possible to share experiences, discuss on relevant matters. We're also present on the social media of the bank, which is rife with information on CSOs, on the bank, and these have become a genuine co-construction and sharing fora. So, dear partners, dear members of civil society, today we turn a new page is opening up. I'm referring here to the new action plan, the new Civil Society Engagement Action Plan 2024-2028. This action plan is a new milestone in our engagement with civil society. It's not only a roadmap, rather it is the materialization of the bank's engagement with civil society through policies, processes, instruments. We're going from a logic or rationale of consultation to one of systematic mainstreaming and integration. This plan is a fruit of a long co-construction process, working closely with civil society. You've all participated with your ideas, your constructive criticism from the very concept note stage. This action plan is based on 3 pillars, as you will see in a moment, to guarantee a conducive environment for bank engagement with CSO, integrate mainstream CSO contributions in bank instruments, knowledge events, and build advocacy. So it is with genuine emotion, with collective pride, that we share this work with you today. This is the work of a whole team with our lead, our director here present, Martha, the leadership of our Vice President, VP Beth, and the Dream Team, whom I'd like to ask to stand up. Civil Society Dream Team, please stand up. The maestro is Gutierrez Amigo. He's our conductor in the delivery of this action plan. It is therefore a distinct honor for me on behalf of the whole Dream Team to award or to present to you this action plan. So the Vice President who's stepping in for President Adesina for this. As I submit to you this action plan.
Là, on a les deux versions, anglais-français.
So
Le plan d'action.
VP Dunford, you are welcomed on stage.
This is a symbolic handover of the action plan. VP Dunford.
La vice-présidente.
Madam Vice President, as we hand over this document, we hand over the fate of thousands of civil society organizations and Africans so that the bank can continue to be a visionary guide for the continent.
Merci à vous. À présent, nous allons...
Thank you very much. Could you please stay here, Madam VP? We are continuing with the ceremony, and we would like to call on Julien Akbessi on behalf of civil society to also be handed this action plan. Please, sir.
Un exemplaire, voilà, that you will have to give to him just, and then take a family picture, only the first one for the first person. Donc, Monsieur Akbessi.
Mr. Akbessi represents one component of civil society. Thank you very much, Mr. Akbessi. We'd like to now call on Mr. Augustine Njamsi, chairperson of the Climate and Energy Committee, second component of our civil society, for the official handover. And then please look at the photographers.
Et enfin,
and third representative, Mrs. Ademe, you could please come up for the handover.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Au nom des organisations.
On behalf of civil society organization, it is now our honor to call on Director Augustine Njamsi, whose expertise and commitment to African causes are broadly recognized. He will also be sharing his views on the importance and his views on the way forward on the action plan. If you could please join us, sir.
Madam Vice President, the President of the Pan-African Farmers Union, our dear sister Zeneb, I usually call her comrade. She came from the civil society and she remains civil society. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to stand here before you to receive, on behalf of this vibrant African civil society, this engagement plan from the African Development Bank. This is not a document of the African Development Bank. It is our document that we co-created with the African Development Bank. Receiving the Civil Society Engagement Plan of AFDB signifies our collective commitment to inclusive development, transparency, and accountability. This plan recognizes the vital role that civil society plays in shaping development outcomes. By engaging with civil society organizations, the bank is trying to ensure that projects are responsive to community needs, and that projects foster transparency and accountability. Leveraging innovative solutions and expertise, strengthening partnerships and collaboration. Above it all, it is our seat at the table. Someone said, if you are not at the table, you are on the menu. The civil society has refused to be on the menu. We are at the table. And this is our covenant. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes conviction. It takes commitment. It takes foresightedness. It takes clairvoyance to engage a complex structure or institution like the civil society. The civil society's strength lies in its diversiveness. And evolution of the civil society space in Africa has come from far. The time we are considered opposition to our governments, the time, at times we are considered being teleguided by others, and sometimes it's true. It makes it difficult for people that feel the pinch of poverty and the struggles, the daily struggles of our communities to make their needs known to an institution which hitherto is a Pan-African institution like the African Development Bank. If we are not able to dialogue, if we are not able to communicate, we may not understand each other. Sometimes we come together to talk, to dialogue, not to convince others to change their position, but at least understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. Understand why the bank is taking that position. But if we cannot have a platform where we dialogue, this is impossible. Zeynep said, this is not just a fairy route or roadmap. And I agree with you totally, my sister. So we have to make this plan succeed. And how do we make it succeed? We must continue to foster an open dialogue and collaboration. We are not asking for love. We don't have to love each other. Civil society and the bank, we don't have to be in love. We just have to work together. Let's not get things confused. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the civil society also needs to be empowered. Because if you don't know what you are talking about, if you are criticizing without knowing what you are criticizing, it makes your position even weaker. We need empowerment. And this plan must be nourished with resources for empowerment of the civil society. We need to ensure inclusive participation. And we, of course, have to monitor progress and also adapt to the changing landscape. At this moment in time, the civil society space is reducing all over the world, not only in Africa. We've seen the right-wing movements gaining grounds all over the world. That means the civil society space will continue to reduce if we don't do something. This is a momentous event. When I looked at the statements of the incoming presidents or candidates for the presidency, I was worried with one thing. Nobody is having a clear vision about the engagement of civil society. Then I remembered, we have this. This is the covenant. Whoever comes in will be bound by this covenant. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, join me to thank the President Adesina for his clairvoyance. Join me to thank the Civil Society Division and other departments of the bank that contributed effectively to the production of this plan, which is our plan. I thank you very much.
Let me hand you your pen, Mr. Jamsi, your pen. Yeah, it's for you, okay? I thought because of the passion, the pen disappeared, he couldn't feel it. But let's give him a round of applause because he's made a very impassioned presentation, and I'm sure the words sank in. You know, when Augustine speaks, you feel the weight. I've met my good friend Jamshi in Nairobi and again in Baku. And I was wondering when he was calling for civil society empowerment, I was saying, you're already powerful. What more empowerment do you need? When I hear Mr. Goita speaking, when I hear Madam Adame speaking, they're all very powerful and passionate people. But you've made very important points. And that is that the Civil Society Engagement Plan is a co-created document. But more importantly, it's a binding covenant between the bank and the civil society and at all times. So thank you so much for those words. And you also, of course, you took us to the kitchen a little bit by saying, make sure you are at the table, not on the menu. But I normally say, even when you're at the table, do glance at your neighbor's plate. Is the piece same as your piece? Because sometimes you find whether it's meat or that piece of cake, yours is a square, another one is rectangle, and you wonder, what did I do? What did they do to deserve a bigger piece than mine? So be at the table, but make sure the piece is equitable. Okay, it's time for family photo. It's time for family photo. Let me call once again our speakers, if you don't mind, so that we get these things done. Goita come, Jamshi come, Madam Adame come, please. Vice President, if you can join, plus our executive directors and management. Let's do another quick family photo, and then we move on. We are doing very well for time, and we're keeping an eye on our guests online, those who are joining online, listening in from various parts of Africa. Those are on social media as well. There are people who are listening concurrently, about 300 people they are listening concurrently. The book, those who can hold the action plan, please, if you can still hold it, that's fine. Yeah, that's good.
Merci d'immortaliser avec autant de...
Thank you for immortalizing with so much passion this moment. Mind the step. Please give them another round of applause as they resume their seats and also to highlight their journey. Now, to spice up this event, we are privileged to welcome an exceptional slamming artist. Actually, you know what slam is. It's oral poetry. And this slammer has a unique journey and recognized talent, and she has unwavering passion for Africa, and she is about to deliver a breathtaking performance. Ami, you there? Ladies and gentlemen, Ami, for you.
Résonance de l'Afrique.
Now, words are...
À ceux et celles qui croisent ma route. Je m'appelle Ami.
My name is Ami, and I am friends with words. With those words, I strive to build something different from coupé décalé, because my words become poetry, so that you know my journey and you know the words. And I journey the world and to cure the various evils with words. And in the accomplishing this mission, I am here today at this moment, and in this moment, in fleeting time, so as to salute partnership and to revere contribution, a significant contribution of the civil society in the development of the continent. But today is also the time and now for reflection around the persistent challenges with a view to supporting Africa as it ascends the ladder of development, and when it has to deal with multiple challenges, and all the questions lie in the future, but we have to make sure that we stay the course. And that is why we are doing all the intellectual gymnastics to find answers that will become resolutions, revolutions, solutions, and in the universe of solutions that will be found, today we are celebrating a model that has endured the test of time based on the principles of sustainability, cooperation, and indeed that places people at the center of its work. And I am referring to the partnership between the African Development Bank and civil society organizations. A collaboration which is exemplary and which so far is a reflection of our life on this earth. And it goes beyond commitment, and 60 years of building, that is about 720 months, and carrying millions of destinies, and so many weeks, and to build development where men and women are indeed the wealth. 19,000 days, building projects so as to bear the hopes of the youth I am referring to 525,600 hours of listening, support, assistance, minutes and seconds of presence going exponentially, a plethora of figures from the world of finance. But today, like those golden letters, revere the majesty of that collaboration, but also to recall that the African Development Bank has overgone its status as a bank so as to deliver as an actor of change, of engagement, of genuine development by bringing down the barriers and walls that keep the people away, and to bring down the walls that stifle the warmth of human interaction so as to focus on genuine concerns, and so all voices can be heard and understood, and even the voices said in the quiet of walls and in the nooks and crannies of Africa, every nook and cranny of Africa. From Dakar to Harare, Abidjan to Casablanca, from Casamance to the Zambia and to the heartlands of Gabon, so that the voices can be heard in the name of collaboration of this significant contribution, and no development can be done blindly, and that the lives of the people will not be lost, because what really matters in this development that we are yearning for is the development of people. And the African Development Bank, to achieve the development objectives, has relied on the quality of the asset of the civil society, these organizations that amplify the silent voices contributing to this tangible change. The African Development Bank has been able to depend on the civil society and its knowledge of the realities, its ability to mobilize local governments and communities to bear witness to this visible transformation, better growth, improved socioeconomic growth, but also better implementation of policies. And if we are all gathered here now today, it is to celebrate this partnership, this most welcome collaboration. If we are gathered here today in this room, it is also to celebrate, but also it is our time to go beyond our questions so as to ensure that we clear the obstacles to the development, and as I conclude, so as to give room to the purpose of this gathering. And I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity of this moment to deliver this poem and to conclude with this African proverb, according to which that we can go fast alone, but together we go further. And this is to celebrate the sacred nature of collaboration, which has been extended for decades and in time infinitum, so as to achieve a sustainable development. Thank you.
Un grand bravo. Félicitations. Wow. Mesdames et messieurs.
Wow, kudos, ladies and gentlemen. Did we live the same moment? She took us out there. When I heard that we had this slam artist, I didn't know her, and I was wondering, a slam artist for such an event? I was a bit apprehensive. Then I realized that she has just delivered an amazing performance. Her ability to memorize all of this in sync with the theme, and then the pace, the flow, the intensity. And I believe that even the English speakers in the room were, carried away, blown away, and congratulations and all the best going forward. And it is in this spirit of inspiration, ladies and gentlemen, that I would ask you to take a well-deserved break. For those who are online, you can stand, stretch, take a coffee and we reconvene in 15 minutes, that is 11:15, to continue with our event. And thank you, and see you in a jiffy.
Thank you. J'espère que vous avez apprécié la pause.
I hope you enjoyed the coffee, tea break.
Because that has become our life. You've got to keep abreast what's happening wherever it is or wherever you are in the world, which is much appreciated. So welcome back, and I hope that that was a refreshing break. I want you to maintain your energy levels and that enthusiasm. And therefore, I just want to let anybody joining us now to know that it's hashtag CSO Forum 2025 on social media platforms. And I can tell you we're receiving comments from people tuning in from all across Africa and Maria. Is keeping an eye on that so that before we go to the next week, let us tell you what the world is saying. Into experiences and to share with us what it is you are seeing, you are hearing, you are feeling, wherever you are across the continent. So it's going to be a highly interactive session where we'll also want to hear questions and comments from you here in CCR, and we'll also be keeping an eye on those who are joining us and they've got comments or questions. We'll want to make it a fully interactive session. So to kick us off on this segment, I'm pleased to introduce a strategic leader of the bank, who knows the bank very well, with a distinguished record of service. And she will lay the groundwork for the discussions we're going to have. I'm talking about the Vice President for Regional Development, Integration, and Business Delivery, Nena Nwabufo. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Okay. Yes, that's it. You see how we do it?
Good morning, distinguished guests, civil society organizations, my sister, Beth, Martha, and Zainab, and Maria, our leaders in the civil society space, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to join you today for me to deliver these introductory remarks on a subject that lies at the heart of both institutional effectiveness and inclusive development, which is enhancing impact through decentralized civil society engagement. Over the last 2 decades, the African Development Bank has taken bold steps towards decentralization of its staff and operations. This move has not only brought us closer to our regional member countries, but also allowed us to deepen our understanding of local realities and better align our operations with the needs of the people we serve. Today, we are present in about 43 countries, and projects are managed primarily from decentralized offices with project task managers who are based in either regional or country offices, rather than being at our headquarters. The proportion of task managers in regional and country offices rose from 63% in 2016 to 75% in 2023. This is a clear testament to our commitment to a more agile, responsive, and proximity-based approach to development. Through our 5 regional directories, which is in Central, East, North, Southern, and West Africa, with 1 country department, 30 country, and 7 liaison offices, we have been able to build strong partnerships, accelerate project implementation, and tailor our interventions to country-specific contexts. These regions are now vibrant hubs of activity, strategy, and engagement. Allow me to share a few examples. In West Africa, the bank is facilitating youth employment and entrepreneurship initiatives that are co-designed with community actors. In Southern Africa, regional integration projects are benefiting from local civil society networks that monitor and evaluate impact on the ground. In Central and East Africa, our country strategy dialogues have increasingly featured civil society inputs, shaping both the niche vision and substance of our interventions. Now, let's talk about civil society in the decentralization process, because the engagement of civil society organizations is important. Decentralization must not be limited to institutional restructuring. It must also be people-centric for inclusive development governance. Civil society, particularly at regional and grassroots level, have a vital role to play in shaping, delivering, and monitoring development outcomes. And at the bank, we are increasingly involving civil society in various ways. We have the regional integration strategy papers, we have the country strategy papers, and the civil society organizations are consulted to ensure our strategies reflect real community needs and social realities. We have open days and stakeholder dialogues, and these events are now routinely organized at the regional level, creating space for civil society organizations, youth groups, women's associations, and community leaders to dialogue with the bank. And I think that's why we're also here today. Project monitoring and community feedback loops. CSOs have been instrumental in alerting us about any implementation challenges and ensuring that development reaches the last mile. These are not symbolic gestures. They are partnerships that enhance transparency, relevance, and sustainability of our work. Some highlights from CSO regional forums and open days that were held in the last 2 years. For the past 2 years, we have witnessed significant momentum across all regions. The regional CSO forums in Abidjan, Nairobi, Pretoria, Tunis, and Yaoundé created vibrant platforms for dialogue. These gatherings allowed CSOs to present community perspectives, critique projects constructively, and suggest innovations that we have begun integrating into our regional pipelines. I was the bank's Director General for East Africa region, and I had the honor and pleasure to host the regional forum, which was a great success. The open days organized in countries like Madagascar, Burundi, Senegal, DRC, and Egypt drew large civil society participation. These events are seen not just as communication exercises, but as co-creation spaces where we can work together with CSOs. This is the decentralization we are aiming for. not only institutional, but participatory, rooted, and responsive. Looking forward, we have questions and opportunities that through civil society engagement action plan, as we move forward, we have to ask ourselves, how can we ensure sustained civil society participation in our decentralized governance structure and turn consultation into co-creation? The second question, what tools can we develop with CSOs for better citizen feedback, elevating the voices from the bottom of the pyramid, monitoring, and local impact measurement? Thirdly, how do we strengthen the capacity of CSOs to engage more meaningfully and sustainably in our operations? But we are not just decentralizing services. We are decentralizing accountability, dialogue, and development ownership. So this vision of decentralization is not without direction. In fact, it is firmly anchored in the Civil Society Engagement Action Plan 2024 to 2028, which is a reference document that now serves as our collective roadmap for deepening civic participation across all bank operations. What makes this plan unique is not just its content, but its methodology. It was developed through a participatory, decentralized, and co-constructed process. Voices from across the continent, from regional forums to local dialogues, from grassroots actors to Pan-African networks, shaped its priorities, tools, and guiding principles. This action plan is more than a framework. It is a compass that helps us navigate the very questions we are raising today. The session that brings us together today will offer concrete examples of how these ideas are already being translated into practice through inclusive, field-rooted processes that demonstrate that decentralized civic engagement can achieve when it is taken seriously, that demonstrate what decentralized civic engagement can achieve when it is taken seriously and resourced adequately. Let me close by paying tribute to the remarkable dedication of civil society actors across Africa, those who are working, often under very difficult conditions, to promote social justice, empower vulnerable groups, and hold institutions accountable. Your presence in the regions and countries we serve is invaluable, as much as your work is also invaluable. You are partners, not passengers, on this development journey. Your knowledge, your networks, and your advocacy make us better at serving Africans. Let us continue to work together, build together a development model that is decentralized in structure, but unified in purpose, and a continent where local voices shape continental progress. Together, through strengthened decentralized civil society engagement, we can enhance impact, ensure sustainability, and deepen the transformative power of development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice President Nena Nwabufo there. Did you get that line? Partners and not? I want to really check with everyone really listening here. Civil societies, you are partners and not? And we were told earlier, you want to be at the table and not where? Not on the menu. Okay, very well. So we are on the same page. Just want to say once again, let's give Madam Nena Nwabufo a big round of applause, please. She deserves it. She shared with us some of the significant changes the bank has introduced over the years, including the decentralization of its presence and services to where it is supposed to be. Because it often says proximity strengthens trust. And of course, those services you render people-centric. And we also heard that the work of the bank, the work that you do across the regions and how it's benefiting people. And that's why you've clearly articulated, as we heard Madam Nena Mabufo doing, the bank's strategic vision for engagement with civil society, emphasizing the importance, of course, of proximity, as we have said. So now is the time to go into the panel discussions. If I call your name, please come and take your seat, beginning from that far end. Let me start with Donia Ibrahim. So Donia Ibrahim is the Youth Climate Change Champion for Youth Love Egypt, representing the North African region. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Mohamed Mousse. I have a special relationship with Mohamed Mousse. I've got to declare it here in the sense that, first of all, he's the Secretary General of Independent Continental Youth Advisory Council and a member of the Kenya Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security. He's representing East Africa. A round of applause for him. My special relationship with him began last year when we had the CSO forum or event at the bank's annual meetings in Nairobi. So we had been doing the same thing we're doing here, and we gave people, you know, the microphone. And Mohammed insisted on speaking. And Vice President Beth Danford here definitely said, Solomon, you've got to yield. We want to hear what the young man is saying. So he then turned around and he said, ever since he was a child, he has heard people speaking about development and the future of youth. Yet, the narrative never seems to change. And he looked at the high table and he saw nobody of his age. Okay, I'm closer to his age, if you believe. But that one did not buy me off. So we decided, let Mohammed come on stage, and he did gladly do so, and he made a huge contribution. Thank you so much, and feel most welcome. Karibu sana. Michelle Ngesan. Do we have Michelle Ngesan here? Yes, Michelle, task manager, of course, multinational and regional support program for the development of cross-border water infrastructure and resources between the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Is a colleague here at the bank, and it's a very innovative project. You'll be hearing more about that. Let me call on Lebogong Kenneth Maboto. Yes, excellent Executive Director, Southern Africa Council of Non-Governmental Organizations, and of course, a member of the Bank Civil Society Committee representing Southern Africa. Yebo Kenneth, and I learned that, Kenneth, you put yourself in the role of Daniel in the lion's den. We're going to have to hear what the lion's den is about and how he was Daniel managed to survive. I'm told it's a really fascinating story. And is that all, or my tablet seems to have paused? Oh yes, we've got Julian Komian Agbesi. Julian, please welcome. I didn't read the memo. I would have been in a bow tie as well. As you know, the president of this bank loves bow ties. So here we go. Thank you so much, Julian, regional coordinator. Reçu de plateforme du ONG de Afrique de l'Ouest. That's the Bank Civil Society Committee representing West Africa. So all the 5 regions of Africa are represented. We now want to throw them into the den of lions, and who better to do it than Marie-Angèle Touré. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie-Angèle, that is not a lion. OK. On va faire un petit changement de
We are going to change our setup very quickly so that I can be seated next to you, but let us get started.
First, because je mélange. Je vais poser les questions en anglais.
I'll raise the questions in English to the English speakers and French for the French speakers, so it'll be easier, so that they can give us a bit of an overview of their experience, some of the challenges, successes as well, since that's what we're underscoring.
Welcome. Could you share, Donia, with us a powerful example of success story of how youth or civil society actors in North Africa especially have constructively engaged with the bank? And the microphone has to be green in order for the audience to hear you. You have to press the button, I think. Est-ce qu'on peut, la technique, est-ce qu'on peut aider?
Can somebody help, please?
Voilà.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So, bonjour. This is the only French word I know, so excuse me. Good evening, everyone. As you already know, I'm Donia Brahim from Egypt. I represent the youth, especially in climate action in North Africa. Okay, before starting telling about the projects and the role of civil society in North Africa, I want to start by the challenges, because from challenges it's come the impactful projects that we already implemented. I want to mention 5 critical gaps in North Africa, and I believe in African region in general, that's faced by youth and climate action. And I believe this critical gaps, it's multi-layered, and it's very connected with each other. So first one is access to data. There is a critical lack of localized climate-relevant data, particularly in remote areas, in Africa in general and in North Africa. And I believe without data, we are navigating climate change blindly. Second one is community resistant to change. And when I said community, I mean remote areas, indigenous community, and traditional communities. So rural and traditional communities, young people there face skepticism, and climate action is often seen as foreign agenda, and culture norms and power hierarchy are creating real barriers to climate action and project there. Third one is the financing. So, and since we are in the African Development Bank, young people in North Africa, and again in Africa in general, are facing financing barriers, because even when the young people are thinking about context-relevant project, the funding opportunity are not youth-friendly in terms of criteria, language, and administration. Fourth is the knowledge sharing barriers, and the final one is fragmentation in actors. And based on this 5 gaps area, we create 3 successful projects to tackle these problems. So let me share the first one. So the presentation cannot be open.
I wasn't aware that there were a presentation. Okay. You do have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I just want to share the photo of the projects.
D'accord. Alors, la technique, la régie.
Not sure whether the presentation can be projected, but maybe we could give the floor to other speakers as we see whether that's possible.
Deal with it, and then we'll revert back to you, if it's okay for the presentation.
Just remember the 5 critical gaps area, because I will build on it.
Thank you very much. Michel Nguessan, je me tourne vers...
Michel Nguessan, turning to you. I had decided to start with the positives, the opportunities you were afforded through the bank. I think that maybe our first round of comments should be about successes, relevant projects, what has worked, and then, of course, we will talk about challenges, since we've all experienced them. So can you share a successful collaboration example between your organization and the African Development Bank?
Le micro...
Ok. Est-ce que vous m'entendez ou non? Non, Amine, ce que je veux déjà dire, c'est que moi, je suis déjà de l'avant.
If I would like to share an experience with you, please proceed. What I would say is that recently, the project that I was asked to showcase here is highly innovative. It's within the transboundary or border area between CAR and the DRC, Central African Republic and Democratic Republic of Congo. So there's densely populated, but the context of fragility was hampering projects. So one of the issues is that the water sector in both countries was not at all viable or sustainable, and for the past 25 years the governments were not able to change their rating policy. They were about 400 francs per cubic meter, and the utilities on both sides of the border were struggling to strike financial sustainability. So what we did is that when we started working on this particular area, we first of all developed a solid basis of consultation with civil society organizations, and this is important because from our perspective we needed to engage a dialogue with all the stakeholders, which after 18 months of dialogue, for the first time in 25 years, there was a review of the pricing policy, so increasing the price of water by about 65%, and so this is very, of course, impactful and has ensured financial sustainability for the utilities. Secondly, in the design of projects, what we usually do is when we focus on infrastructure projects, of course, we need to look at the background, the context. This has enabled us to identify a number of pockets of resistance. So in these two countries, Central African Republic, for those of you who know, is a conflict-prone area. So many populations go to the DRC and then come back whenever there is a lull in the conflict, but they come back and inhabit the same homes and also the same fields to be farmed, etc. So we structured the project in such a way as to ensure resilience building, inter-community dialogue. So, for instance, we are addressing this need with about 25,000, involving 25,000 people, so enabling better participation, better engagement, and we are expecting very positive outcomes. And in fact, one of the we will be inaugurating the first pumping station built since independence in Bangui, which is a very tangible outcome. And in fact, the president of the Central African Republic is very proud of this outcome. Thank you very much. Yes, this is something to be proud of. North Africa, Central Africa, going now to East Africa.
A specific moment when collaboration between youth and the bank truly made a difference in your region.
Merci beaucoup. That's the only one I also learned here. Thank you very much. It was very a good moment when I was attending African Development Bank annual meeting in Nairobi at CSO's forum meeting, where I joined like a participant, but later I became a speaker in the room. Actually, that was a good moment for us as a young people. The bank recognized that we have voice and we can sit at the table with all the big people in the room that was representing different capacities. And as a grassroots young boy who was a participant in that room, was given a chance to sit there and voice his ambition and what the young people need from the bank. Actually, from that moment, the bank recognized us as a young people, and that's why I'm here today. I came from a place that is 300 kilometers from Nairobi, a very arid and semi-arid land, a very, I never thought that I will be in Abidjan one day. And actually, I never knew Ivory Coast was Côte d'Ivoire. I thought it was a different two countries before. Through the engagement with the bank and the CSOs Forum, we are here today raising our voices, and we are very thankful. And from that moment, there was an initiative born after that forum that I was engaged by young. I posted all the engagement in my social media. Then I got a feedback from different young people from different Eastern countries. And there was born an initiative called RAISE East Africa, Resilient African Innovators for Sustainability and Empowerment for Africa. And we are very happy that the bank and the CSOs Forum recognized our effort, and through that initiative, we are here today, and we need the bank and the CSOs for the bank to continue its engagement and the collaboration that is doing CSOs Forum. And we are very happy that we were given the table and we are here today. We are not in the menu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Très intéressant, effectivement.
Indeed, very interesting. It is the mindset of the bank to see that you've been given the opportunity to speak and you grab the opportunity, and over time you find yourself in Côte d'Ivoire, and then we see the projects that have been initiated and going underway in West Africa. Julien Agbesi, is there a specific initiative or partnership with the bank that has made a turn, so to speak, in the life of the civil society, which has been a turning point? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Let me avail myself of this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the African Development Bank and to its president, Dr. Adeshina Akinwumi, and to the Civil Society and Community Engagement Division. And it would be remiss of me to forget to recognize sincerely the remarkable work delivered by Ms. Touré and her team, because this is a dream come true for me to be right on the premises of the most prestigious banks, multilateral development banks, the African Development Bank, that has opened its doors, stretched out its arms, but opened its heart doors to gather here as partners of a bank. And this is truly extraordinary. And I do hope that this reality will be a remarkable day and historic day, and that it would not rest on the shoulders of the bank alone, because it is important that governments, development banks, the private sector understand, appreciate that the civil society is indeed a convening power and a transformative power, because what drives the civil society is not lucrative, but it is social transformation. And why, despite all the billions invested in the development of our countries, why does poverty continue to be persistent? Why don't we see concrete change in the quality of the lives of the people? Hence the importance to contribute alongside the civil society organizations that are closer to the communities, operationally speaking, and they know them better to deliver their needs. Another aspect relating to the initiative led alongside the African Development Bank. It's an ongoing initiative. Let's say it's still in the pipeline, it's still in the works. So we are going to keep it under wraps. But going by what is going on in the West Africa sub-region pertaining to extreme violent extremism, and that does not leave the civil society indifferent, and our network has explored and considered some action that is under consideration, and our great wish at that is that the bank should endorse this initiative so that in a few months we can actually deliver the outcomes of that initiative. Thank you. Although we do not have all the broad strokes of this initiative, we understand the scale and relevance. So now, Kenneth, it's your turn.
When working with the bank led to real impact or open new opportunities for civil society in South Africa?
Is it audible? Yes. Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Thank you very much.
I interacted with on the first day. I promised you I would learn one word per day. This is the third day, and how am I doing? Thank you very much for the question. So I'll start by giving this context that in the Southern African region, for a very long time, as is the trend with, when it comes to most Pan-African institutions, there has been very little knowledge of what the bank does. In fact, some of our members, when we started engaging with the bank, were quite surprised to find that it's Pan-African and it operates continent-wide, and they were saying, oh, we thought it was a Nigerian institution. And maybe it's because of the green colors on the logo. They said they thought it's a Nigerian bank, and they didn't expect that it would be having any interest in development issues in the Southern African region. But what we are grateful for is that once the bank, through the decentralization process, also took an intentional approach to appoint, or rather invite, regional umbrella bodies of civil society from across the continent to be part of the bank civil society committee. We then began in the Southern African region to create more awareness of the bank's presence in the region firstly, the kind of projects that they have already been involved in, and what the bank's strategy is. And with that, we have seen in a very short space of time an increase in engagement with civil society in our region. We have to date have had CSO trainings and launches of the bank's action plan and work plan particular to the region. We have seen training on, for example, the African Climate Change Fund, where our civil society organizations were called, and I was working with our focal point, Ms. Njeri, and we were able to train those entities, and at the end they were able to, for the first time, also apply when the call for proposal came. And nowadays we also see them quite keen to ask about developments around the bank's activities. We have had CSO open days in countries like Zambia. We have planned engagements with Namibia. We have had engagements with Botswana, where they even contributed to issues of budget support at national level. So there has been an increase in activities where our CSOs are concerned, and there's much more awareness of what the bank is about.
Thank you very much. Effectivement, plusieurs.
Indeed, there are several ongoing projects and initiatives.
But you can develop, you were talking about the challenges that you were facing. Could you tell us how they were addressed and why not overcome?
Okay, so I was talking about 5 challenges. I hope you remember them. I can ask you. No? Okay. Anyway, challenges with knowledge sharing, with the data access, and also with the finance. So we developed 3 successful projects with young people in grassroots communities and remote areas in Egypt. First one is called the ARCH program, Action Climate Regional Help. We believe that the next step of bringing young people to the table is bringing more chairs through making them more empowered and able to lead. So through this project, we trained hundreds of people on policy advocacy, climate change advocacy, environmental policies, and we helped them to produce 15 policy papers that has been discussed with national ministries and institutions. And I was surprised because this paper addressed pressing local and regional issues from waste management to climate resilience in rural zones. And it impacted in implementing other 13 regional projects in agriculture, smart agriculture, and biogas production. Second project, it's about, again, capacity building, but it's a more regional one. So this project aimed to address the dual challenge of limited access to economic opportunities and the absence of reliable and localized data. So this was a regional activity focused on green entrepreneurship and data mobilization between young people in Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and Lebanon. And we brought them together and we explored how climate smart business models and how they can build their businesses. And actually, several participants after this project built their own initiative in ecotourism and smart agriculture. And the final one, and my most favorite one, is a community-based project that's have been implemented in Siwa, and Siwa is one of the most remote area in Egypt. And again, back to the challenges when I said community resistant to change, I believe this is because too often they are excluded from design of the solution that's meant to be help them. So in this project, we reverse the dynamics from conversation with the local. So we co-developed a climate response rooted in local knowledge and build projects with them that target, again, waste management and smart agriculture.
Thank you very much. Très détaillé, effectivement.
Very comprehensive. You have provided an overview of all what you have addressed. And to give us an overview of all the projects she's working on. Agbesi, you have given us also a snapshot of what you're working on and also the various partnerships and collaborative work you're doing with the bank and the obstacles you have navigated, as well as solutions. Thank you. We really do not have that experience with the bank. Maybe I have other experiences I can share in the area of community development and humanitarian assistance to indeed underscore NGO contribution to the development of our continent, and I am in a position to do so, if you would allow me to. Please go ahead. Thank you. So, my journey has several stages. From a professional perspective, I served as a civil servant in my country of birth, Togo, working in the Ministry of Planning and Development before finding myself in the United Nations system, where I cover literally all the agencies, the UNDP, WHO, UNICEF, the OCHA, United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees, and thankfully I was a UN humanitarian assistance coordinator during the flood that afflicted Togo in 2010 and 2011. Then, before working with NGOs, I also served as a community development worker with an international NGO that happens to be a member of our network through the National Togolese umbrella platform, and I'm referring to Plan International. And I was a community worker, and that was my early initiation in the system before joining the air-conditioned offices of the United Nations. I did not know what community development was. I was uninitiated, but until I had that opportunity to get out of that comfort zone to serve as a rural development and community worker. And what lesson did you draw from that experience? A lesson I drew is that there is no stakeholder other than civil society organizations to bear the expectations and aspirations of the communities. Thank you. So, Michelle Ngesam, from another perspective, what are the key ingredients for successful collaboration between the African Development Bank and the organizations that we are celebrating here today in terms of trust and capacity building?
Thank you so very much. I just wanted, to actually bounce back on what Akwesi has just said. We actually need to understand exactly why the bank does the way, it actually is currently doing, right? Things, and why we actually believe that, civil society organization, support is extremely critical, for the work we do. To understand that, you actually just need, to have a look at what the mandate of the bank is, right? The bank has two main mandates, right? Two core mandates. The first one is development mandates, right?
N'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher du micro pour qu'on vous entende bien.
Please, can you speak closer into the mic so you can be heard?
Right. One is the development mandate, which is contributing, to the sustainable development, sustainable economic and social development of the regional member countries, right? Focusing on poverty reduction, but also improving lives, right? Which is directly speaking to I-5. And then the second one is definitely, the fiduciary mandate. I have had a chance, here within the bank to work with the fiduciary department at some point of my career here. So the idea of making sure that each and every unit of account, here we talk about unit of account, but each and every dollar actually produces the maximum result, but also is used for the solely sort of objective that he was approved for. So when you look at this, right, you understand clearly that we always talking about people. Even if we trying to go through ecosystem and all this stuff, at the end of this, it's about making sure that we're improving quality of life of people. Even if you're talking about I-5 1, I-5 2, I-5 third, the third one is always about people, right? And then you look at the architecture of development, right? You understand, we cannot do things, on our own. We need, to work with others. Actually, 6 months ago, I actually found myself, I think he actually knows very well, as part of the Tutu Fellows in Oxford, when we were discussing the best collaborative, model, right? My idea, and that's definitely, in the perspective of the bank, we have to build a sort of collaborative governance between government, civil society, and business. So we can't continue those public-private only. We also have to bring those one, alongside, so that they're going to help us accelerate ownership, participation, but also transparency that we're actually looking for. So in terms of ingredients, right, that you actually definitely mentioned, because that's extremely dear to us, we look for ways, right, to provide resources, funding. We're going to build the capacities. We know that, they actually have the willingness to play a role, but they always don't have the knowledge. They don't necessarily have, the resources. They don't necessarily have the right platform, to express themselves. So we're going to set up all those platforms and build this ecosystem so that they can also be a bit more effective. But that's a very continuous, work that we're doing. And when you take all the sectors, right, within the bank, right, I'm from the water sector. So that's also the same in power sector. You will see, but at least I can talk from the water perspective. Water perspective, you will see management from water sector trying to make everything they can to ensure we always have a CSO officer in the project team. Even when they don't have budget, they will find better, to finance the participation. And I think there are somewhere we can actually, certify what I'm saying. Because we strongly believe in this collaborative, governance, and there is no way we can reach sustainable, results by working on our own. So we need to work together. And we committed, to support them, providing whatever, they need to make sure they become more and more effective, because the sustainability, but also the effectiveness of our results depend on that. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. On sent à travers.
Thank you very much. Through your statement, we understand that these are issues you have taken time to think through and to review the solutions.
Partnership between, for example, civil society and institutions like AFDB work and last. If you heard Michel right before you, maybe you agreed with him on some point and you would like to add some other points.
Thank you. I think, yes, I do agree with a lot of what he said, but I'll also refer to what the VP, Madam Nena Nwabufu, mentioned in her address. I think I want to commend the bank for something that she mentioned. In decentralizing, there was also a deliberate effort to try and have the approach be as people-centric as possible. So I believe that for collaborations like these ones to be successful, there needs to be that intentionality in ensuring that we divorce ourselves or depart as much as possible from a prescriptive approach that wants to come and orient the people into what the bank thinks is best without fully understanding the needs or the true needs of the grassroots and whatever solutions that they may have already in existence, as opposed to bringing solutions that we think will benefit them, only to find that maybe we are exacerbating the problem. So self-determination of the people is key, and also getting to understand the existent methods to see whether there are some in there that could be also leveraged and perhaps replicated across the spectrum and financed well to be more contributory in nature, rather than where people are always on the receiving end or being end users in most of our frameworks or in most of our architecture of programs. So being people-centric should emphasize that even from the basic building blocks, we have to have the voice of the people there. They have to say what they think they need. They have to have much of a say on what they think should be done in order for their problems to be truly addressed.
Thank you very much. Input très intéressant, effectivement, implique.
A very interesting input to further involve the relevant communities in decision making, and it is also a time saver.
For collaboration to go beyond consultation and lead to real co-ownership. And do you have also something to add to what has just been said regarding your vision?
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah, I can say that we need to decentralize the engagement, first of all, so that the information can flow from up to the bottom. My suggestion is, we have a lot of grassroots organizations that are doing a lot, that are youth-led, but the problem is they need to be recognized. And through the civil society forum of the bank, we are somehow now on the track that things can be done. Because African Development Bank is doing a lot, even where I came from at the grassroots, there's a lot of projects that the bank is doing. But the community are not aware. Sometimes they think this is this from Europe and those things. They don't understand. So we must do more capacity building, and so that the community and those grassroots organizations can also do follow up for what the bank is doing at the grassroots. Because without these grassroots organizations, or what the bank is doing, they cannot be recognized. So we need to have those grassroots to be engaged and to be capacity build, and so that they can be aware of what the bank is doing at the grassroots, and so that they can do follow-up and accountability, and so that we have transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Avant de donner la parole.
Before giving the floor to those who are here to put questions to you, I am sure there are questions. I would like to have a last round, starting with you, Donia, so you can tell us what really is your message to be conveyed here today. We have questions, but you also have your realities. I'm sure you have messages to convey to the bank and maybe other civil society organizations. So the floor is yours.
So first of all, thank you. Thanks for all the effort to be here and to make all these people come and see each other and make partnerships and build something more stronger and more impactful. And my message is, yeah, we are good, we are in the way, but we need more. We need more partnership. We need to strengthen our feedback loop, to learn more lessons from each other. We need to invest more in digital inclusion and include more young people from indigenous communities and rural areas in climate action, to just make sure that it's not just a transition, but it's a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a transition. Mohamed, you have in front of you representatives of the African Development Bank Group, representatives of civil society from the whole African continent. What do you have to say to them?
My message is, I want to see, and I believe that meaningful collaboration requires trust, inclusion, and co-creation, so that we can have a long-term commitment. My advice is simple: invest grassroots capacity, center marginalized voices, and believe in the transformative power of us as a youth. Invest us, and you will get your money worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michel, du point de vue...
From the bank's perspective, what advice would you give to CSO organizations interested in working more closely with the bank? Well, first, thank you for the opportunity. I think that maybe we could remind our friends from the CSOs that we are here today because the bank believes in collaborative governance. So this is already an accomplishment. And secondly is to stay committed, engaged, to believe, and to continue to improve as well. The goal of the bank is to seek most effective, most optimal solutions to resolve development issues, to seek out partners. And therefore, the more credible you are, the more effective and motivated, the best or the better your chances to collaborate with the bank. So currently, there's collaboration for some 50,000 entities, but in fact, in some countries, you're not the only in your countries, you're not the only representatives of CSO, of the civil society. You're here because you're credible. So you need to continue improving yourself, enhancing your effectiveness, and this is how you'll be able to draw the attention of institutions such as the bank or even other institutions for collaboration. So I'd like to reassure you that the intention to collaborate is there. The bank is on your side of the court, but it's up to you to present yourself as credible and to do your best. So credibility, effectiveness, motivation, So coming back to the civil society perspective.
Practical tip you give to civil society actors seeking to build lasting partnerships with the bank. Yes.
Thank you. Maybe just perhaps before I respond to that, permit me to just mention one or two areas that I felt needed to be emphasized under some of the achievements we have in the Southern African region. We've had the bank being very much involved in the design, where they got CSOs to take part in the design of skills for women and youth in Zimbabwe, where there's also a budget that has been set aside for this project. And we are looking forward to continued cooperation and collaboration with the bank on that. And the bank continues also to make sure that CSOs participate actively in the development of CSPs. But then in terms of some sort of parting shot, I think I would start by saying that we need to first understand that civil society is not an accessory to development. It is its conscience and its compass. And then when it comes to making sure that we walk hand in hand, we need to do more to innovatively leverage indigenous knowledge and indigenous sources to tap into true African solutions for African problems, and to take African approaches to the problems that we find in our communities, so that these can be technically enhanced and financially supported and be exported, as I mentioned in my previous comment, and so that they may be contributions to broader discussions around African challenges and African approaches to these challenges. And then I wanted to also say to my fellow civil society actors that value proposition will always trump even the most impassioned of advocacy efforts, however justified. By unearthing and proposing true African value to the problems that face us, we stand a better chance of shifting the narrative from chasing funding to attracting it.
Thank you very much. La société civile et la conscience.
So civil society is development's conscience. So this is very impactful and strong statement. Going back now to conclude with Agbesi, maybe you have a particular message you'd like to share, addressed to the bank or to other members of CSO present here today. Thank you. Maybe I will provide views on the changing global contingencies imposing on us a paradigm change when it comes to development and our approach to development. So how should we approach development now, given everything that's happening? I don't need to go into the detail. Everyone is aware. It's important currently to promote what fellow speakers have said, that is to say collaborative governance, and rely on the endogenous, the internal strength of our communities, so that development maintains a human face. Somebody said this earlier, you cannot eat GDP. But there, we are seeing changing, improving living conditions amongst our populations, and this calls for all stakeholders, all groups of stakeholders to be responsible, to demonstrate a spirit of sharing, of co-construction, so that all of the gap or the development deficit that we've accumulated since independence can be bridged And this so that populations can experience change in their living conditions. Development is not only a mere matter of developing infrastructure, it is also the improved living conditions of populations. Hunger must end because we have the productive capacity in Africa, in agriculture. We have natural water springs in Africa, or sources in Africa. We have available human resources. Africans are willing and are willing to work to change the living conditions of our elders, our mothers in our countries, people living with disabilities, and youth who should not be left to their own devices, but rather who should have a future so that they no longer face the risks of dying as they cross to other lands. So let's do everything we can to maintain our youth on the continent. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for anyone who's interested to ask our speakers questions. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and address your question or questions to our speakers. Any questions in the room? Yes? So the microphone is circulating. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to the panelists. I am Mathieu. I work for Oxfam in Africa, and my question is addressed to the representatives of committees, civil society committees within the bank. So how can a local civil society organization in Benin or in Somalia contribute and join this dynamic? How should we reach out to you, take part in these events, important events, so that we can make our voices heard in this relationship with the African Development Bank? Thank you. Michel? Thank you very much. You have just raised a strategically important question. Our participation here with the bank has enabled us to understand the importance of developing a communication, cascading communication approach that is from our level, but also the national networks of civil society at country levels, which should share the knowledge, the teachings or the learnings that have been acquired with the grassroots organization. So this is something that needs to be done within all local or national coalitions, so that mobilization of civil society communities becomes something tangible. So that also all of this higher level work can also trickle down to leaders, to grassroots, to women, to young men and women as well. This is important because that's where change will arise or will be felt. Thank you. Another question from the room? Yes? Cannot see you in the back. I would like to greet our panelists and thank them, welcome this initiative. Jean-Marc Koudou, I am the president of the ASEPSI, which is the Protestant Students Association of Côte d'Ivoire. We work on the training of students on civic, moral, and spiritual values. We supplement academic training with administrative training and civic education. We're a 64-year-old association or organization. The challenge, however, is that, like many other organizations, we are active, but given our religious nature or our religious classification, we are not necessarily eligible for support by institutions such as the bank. So, given the current political context in Côte d'Ivoire, we are considering organizing what we call a marathon for peace, an activity which will focus on raising awareness on peace. And because currently our peace, the peace for each and every one of us depends on the atmosphere of peace in Côte d'Ivoire. So as young people, as students, it's important to raise awareness amongst young people and decision makers. So my question is as follows. How can we ensure, or how can we enable the bank, what are the conditions or criteria for ADB's support to CSOs, including organizations working on religious matters or matters that apply to the lives of all citizens, such as this peace marathon? Yes, an answer maybe to this question? I'm not sure whether I'm the best person to answer this, but what I would say, and maybe the colleagues from the civil society division would be able to provide further information on this, but to my understanding, what's most important is your mandate, the mandate carried by a particular initiative, so preserving peace, good governance, etc. So if your mandate and if your actions are directly aligned, or planned actions are directly aligned with this type of objective, I do not think that there would be any reason to exclude you, but once again, you'd have to set yourself apart as a credible and impactful organization. As I said, for the bank, it's not a matter of having a long list of organizations, but rather to ensure that the organizations with which we work help us advance the development mandate as well as the development mandate that we have. We have received some questions online. They are addressed to each of you. Dunya?
Online question for you. What would you identify as the key ingredients behind the success of youth-led environmental initiatives like yours?
One word, that is persistent. So you have to be determined, persistent, and aware of what you are doing. You have to study something about stakeholder mapping and know who you can approach to talk to about your ideas, your projects, and also to make your project, as I said, community centric, and you have to be aware of the market dynamics you are working on it.
Thank you very much for your answer. One question for you, Mohamed. How can the bank and partners better support youth-led platforms across fragile and conflict-affected regions?
Through partnership, we have to come together. We have to bring any civil society that is doing something on the ground on these fragile communities. We have to partner and approach the bank so that we can forward our needs and how we can work together. I have mentioned before that we had an initiative that we wanted to affiliate for East Africans through the civil society forum to the bank so that the flow can be easy. And it's a coalition, it's a movement of youth, innovative and innovative youth. We want to come together so that the process and the workflow of how we can approach each other can be easy. So I suggest that everyone can join RACE, that is Resilient African Innovators for Sustainability and Empowerment. That's what we are looking. We are looking for empowered youth and empowerment communities, and we can come together through that affiliate forum, and so that the CSOs and the bank can work together on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michel, une question pour vous.
Michel, how is CSO engagement on the Prédire project ensure impact? And is there a budget attached to this? Could you repeat that, please? How is the engagement of civil society will ensure sustainability of results? And will there be a budget associated as well? Well, Prédire is an innovative project. It's a project, it's the first standalone project in the water sector financed by the regional envelope, which itself is an African Development Fund mechanism. This is the first time that we were able to structure a project using this mechanism, in other words. So this project will have multidimensional as well as exponential impacts. We're talking about some 300 million people expected to be impacted. In our approach, and maybe I can give my floor, the floor to the manager of the division or the person who worked on this. I am the task manager, but he designed the tool, and does this on a daily basis. So, but our approach was to invest and work for it to benefit the population, and we were looking at mechanisms to ensure that the reform package could be implemented as easily as possible. Reforms are always challenging. We mentioned the water in the water sector, but also we focused on the outcomes. So we identified various CSOs with which we would work on the baselines, on identifying the baselines, but to also use them as information relays or as interlocutors, enabling us to receive feedback from the population on a regular basis through these institutions, and so that in the implementation corrections could be made, or maybe expediting certain aspects depending on impact, etc. So this has been very interactive framework that will continue throughout the lifetime of the project. In terms of budgets, I believe that we have about 2 or 3 million budgeted for local CSOs, and we have other entities such as the International Bar Association and UNICEF, which are also supporting us for a number of other activities worth several $1 million. The populations, and this is to ensure that the populations, the beneficiaries, can be involved on a regular basis, and that their feedback can also help shape the project as it is implemented. Thank you. Before we continue with other questions online, I'd like to give the floor back to someone from the room. Minemba, could you give us some examples of civil society engagement in North Africa? I think it would be useful to have some information on that before we move forward. Thank you very much. Important to share experiences. Is the microphone on?
Allô?
Yes, thank you very much, Marie-Angèle. I actually work in West Africa. So, but overall, within the bank, the setup of the committees, civil society committees and coalition have been very impactful in all of the regions, East, West, Central Africa. And the bank is really, in so doing, implementing its civil society action plan 24-29 through this commitment. So during the course of we have, for instance, involved CSOs in the country, in determining, in the process of definition of the country strategy papers along the whole process. For instance, when a mission for an exploratory mission for a new project or an evaluation mission is conducted, we work with the country or the regional offices and involve most civil society organizations to participate in this inclusive process. As Michel Guessant said, there's always a consultation done with the stakeholders on the ground and with the communities as well. We also organize the open day events. We saw the video this morning, so we have these events that we organize in the countries, and during this process, we have these national consultations. Obviously, the table is large. It's a large table. We try to invite as many civil society representatives as possible. In fact, today is a success. It's a success for the bank, for civil society as well, because we are in a process of inclusion and mainstreaming, which started back in 2009. We have come a long way and doing more, and we're seeing with the development of the setup of the coalition and the regional subcommittees, this is only further accomplishments. So it demonstrates the bank's strong commitment to civil society, so that we all come together to eat off from the same table and that we contribute equally as well. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Yes, I will give the floor to my colleague, if you will allow me to. Yes, thank you. I am Issa Mohammed, consultant in charge of civil society, covering Central and North Africa for the AFDB. And I just wanted to supplement what Mr. Michel said. Thank you very much for sharing that. He was on the preparatory mission for the project. But the experience of the Prédire project demonstrates that civil society provides added value to bank projects due to its exceptional understanding of the needs of local populations, which is needed from the very early stages of bank projects. So Prédire has shown that civil society involvement ensures alignment with the aspirations and the needs of populations. There's a saying that goes that the voice of communities is the basis of any sustainable project, and ignoring it is jeopardizing the project. And this is why the bank regularly reaches out to civil society for any project. And so within the case of Prédire, civil society was involved at all stages, from concept development, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, in order to enhance transparency, reduce risks, ensure also buy-in by beneficiary populations. With regards to North Africa, we are currently conducting some remarkable work involving civil society in our projects. For instance, in the PAPTET project in Tunisia, and we also consult civil society in preparation, the preparation process for our country's strategy papers and the regional integration strategic papers. The bank has recently adopted this new 2024-2028 action plan, which provides for systematic consultation of civil society at all stages, from concept to monitoring and evaluation. This will also include capacity building and involvement of CSOs as partners in implementation, so involving them as a full partner. So this is an excellent job that's being done in Central Africa, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you very much for sharing all of that information. We wish you the very best, since this is a long process.
For you, what have been the main enablers and barriers to sustain bank CSO collaboration in your region?
Enablers and barriers.
Yes.
Okay. I think let me start with the barriers. In terms of the barriers, it's the common ones that I mentioned, where there was very little knowledge or awareness of the bank's presence and the bank's strategy when it comes to civil society engagement. But we have since, through robust communication and widespreading of or dissemination of information regarding the bank's activities that relate to civil society operations, started to combat that. In terms of enablers, I think having an effective communication strategy and effective and making sure that you have as many open communication lines as possible to ensure wide inclusion of the different sectors or the different thematic aspects of civil society, and to ensure that there is proper representation, and to break away from siloed mentalities of engagement or even the implementation of projects in quiet spaces that don't get to really be given the light they need, and awareness is not raised on them to inform those who are in similar spaces to also realize that there is some activity going on that they could be a part of.
Thank you very much. Et la dernière question.
And the last question to you, Julien. How do the regional networks, such as REPAOC, member of the Civil Society Bank Subcommittee, can bridge the gap between civil societies and international organizations, in your view? Thank you. Well, we have been keenly interested throughout our participation in the various meetings we've had with the financing mechanisms, financing teams. Since Tuesday, we've taken note of the various opportunities available to us, and we will be sharing all of this with our members at the national umbrella coalition. So we know that the Ivorian Civil Society platform or coalition is part of this, is here, and so they will also share all of this information with their members. It's important for all members to be informed and to be able to leverage all of this, these opportunities. This is very important. And in the past, we never thought that these opportunities would be available, but as we move forward, we will, in fact, share more documents, more information. It's important for all of us to understand the various financing mechanisms, to truly take ownership of these and to be well informed, so that as soon as the calls for proposals are launched, our members can submit. And I think that, in fact, there are already plans to set up dedicated portals for financing of civil society organizations. So other than the other bank portals, these would be dedicated to civil society with streamlined procedures and maybe even the financing approach. Thank you very much.
Une question supplémentaire, oui?
Yeah, a follow-up question, or it's a comment? Please. Good afternoon. My name is Fabrice Kwame. I'm the Secretary General of the Ivorian Dodgeball Federation. My question is as follows. But before I ask the question, let me start by thanking the African Development Bank for creating this linkage with civil society as a collective. Earlier on, you talked about the various financing streams which are available in the bank. What I wish to find out is how will civil society organizations which use sport as a lever for community development in their various countries, how will they be taken on board by the bank? The Ivorian Dodgeball Federation, for instance, works against the fight against environmental disasters and others. That's my question. Yes, Michelle, would you wish for someone to address this? Well, I will give the floor to the director of the Department for Human and Capacity Development. This is something which is linked to the youth, and this is at the heart of our strategy. So she has the human development hat also. So we'll give her the floor.
Alors, en fait, comme je dis, je veux d'abord savoir.
As I was saying, I want to know if you came on your own or you are one of the guests. I know why I'm putting this question to you. I am one of the guests. So if you are a guest, it's very important. That's the first thing. It means that you are already part of the spectrum of sectors which can benefit from financing. Now, if I understand you well, you wish to know the various projects which will be rolled out in the coming months and years. We have what we refer to as a pipeline, indicative operational pipeline. It's really our internal jargon. So you can reach out to our colleagues to find out the projects which we have, because those projects are also discussed with the government and are next to the country strategy papers. So you can reach out to them to look at what falls within the remit of your activities and then speak to the various project task teams. So it is only at that level that you can share your views, share information about your mission statement, your activities, and your capacity to give value addition to what the bank does. You should always be speaking and acting from the mindset of value addition, not only benefiting, because the bank, in addition to give, can also collaborate with you. So once there is a demonstrated value addition, there's no reason why we cannot work with you. Thank you. Thank you for your answers. We'll take a last comment before we bring this session to closure. Please, ma'am, you have the floor.
I just wanted to make one point, and the point really that I want to emphasize. Sorry, my name is Njeri. I'm the Civil Society Officer for Southern Africa. Is really the partnership that we are trying to enhance with government, through the bank, government, and civil society, particularly in the design of projects. So I know that we've talked about shrinking civic space, but there are opportunities where we are seeing fruits being born. So for instance, in Mozambique, and my colleague did talk about Zimbabwe, we're designing projects with civil society's input. These are projects that are being implemented through government structures, but they are creating spaces and opportunities for civil society to input into their design and identify the roles that they will play in the implementation of the project. So we need to, as much as possible, learn from this and try to scale this in our regional member countries, because that allows for not just a transparency and accountability, but enhances community ownership and sustainability. So there are examples that we can share that really are speaking to how these partnerships can be realized. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important contribution. Mesdames et messieurs, je crois qu'on peut remercier à présent.
At this juncture, I think we can give a hand to all the speakers for this morning session, for the participation, for sharing their experiences. Solomon?
See if my microphone can be heard. Yes, I think we've done an incredible amount of work here, so we need to give them a proper round of applause, then we'll tell you what next. Because we heard from Diana Ibrahim, you told us that there are those challenges, and some of them, I just want, maybe we'll pick one of them. Need access to reliable data, access to finance, a challenge to the bank here. You are right here where the money is. Then Michelle Ngesan, of course, thank you for sharing that innovative project between the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mohamed Musa, of course, you say the voice of young people is beginning to be heard, but invest in youth and you will get your money back. You told us that. Julian Agbesi, thank you so much. And you've, of course, said it's important to work with the civil societies, and also your pride in being here. This is your bank. Remember that. This is your bank. Yes, exactly. And, of course, Kenneth Maboto. You know, before I say what you said, you talked about the logo of the bank that people thought is a Nigerian bank because it's green and white. And colleagues there will be telling you we've been thinking about changing the logo. Or am I talking too much here? I need to be careful. So look, maybe somebody has whispered to you what you're trying to do. And you said civil society, you are not an accessory to development. You are the conscience and, let me see. He said you are not an accessory to development. You are the conscience and, people are listening. Finish it for them, for you. Finish. No, tell them.
The conscience and the compass.
The conscience and the compass. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And to a very able moderator, of course, absolutely delightful working with you. So right now, we want to take a break, but you're going to tell us what next.
Yes, indeed. So, vous allez profiter de cette pause.
So during the lunch break, well, it's a lunch break. You are free to enjoy some lunch, or if you want to avail yourself of the time to discuss with the participants, or why not, those who are online also take advantage of this short period to relax. And we'll resume with the interactive session, the town hall. We'll have civil society organizations, banks, senior management, and the board discuss with you. It is going to be a very lively and interactive session, so we'll meet in about 1 hour's time.
Tuck in. We need your energy when we come back for that interactive session. Don't be shy. There's a Kiswahili saying, mula chake haoni haya. If you're eating what is yours, you don't feel shy. You're at home, this is your bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The family photo for you. So guys, just remain there for the photo, okay? Yes, yes. Please join them nicely. Yes, excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
C'est
bon? Thank you very much. So much.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous informe que le déjeuner se déroulera à la parenthèse au premier étage, donc je vous invite à vous y rendre. Men, the lunch will be at La Parenthèse at the first floor. Thank you very much.
we've had a fantastic first session, and we want to cruise through this second session with so much energy and enthusiasm after a very nice lunch break. So let's take our seats. Okay, let's take our seats. Once you settle down, we'll get started. Okay, thank you, thank you. Let's just give the gentleman here a bit of time to settle down. Okay. All right, guys, please. Let's have some silence so that we get started. Thank you. So, welcome to this afternoon session. It's going to be a great one because it's going to be a direct interaction between the audience and our panel here. Our moderator here, our star moderator, will be intervening only when necessary, and they will also be making sure that we are harvesting comments from those who are following this discussion and this day on social media platforms. And as I said, if you are on any social media platform, is hashtag CSO Forum 2025. So I want to welcome you to the Town Hall meeting, which is one of the flagship sessions of the 2025 Civil Society Forum, held under the theme, Celebrating Civil Society's Contribution to Africa's Development Journey. So this interactive session brings together members of the bank's senior management and African civil society organizations for a dynamic and forward-looking dialogue on key development priorities. And this is going to be a space for constructive engagement, mutual learning, and deeper partnership. And so we are all honored to have members of the bank's board of directors here. I've seen Edie Severance come in, and there is also Anush. They're all here. Earlier on, we had Edie Keeping and Edie Takote, and others. When they come in, we'll recognize them as we go along. And if there are any other dignitaries, please let me know so that we can recognize them. And we've got also representatives of various development agencies and organizations here, and that reflects the strategic importance of this exchange. So we'd like to welcome on stage one by one senior management representatives joining us for this session. As I call your name, please take a seat beginning with the far left. For me, it's my far left. Let's start with Dr. Martin Fregere, Director, Agriculture and Agro-Industry, please. Oh, yes, go for it. Let's give it to him. Professor Anthony Nyong, Director, Climate Change and Green Growth. Martha Piri, Director, Human Capital, Youth and Skills Development and Acting Director, Gender, Women and Civil Society. Mariam Diawara, Acting Director, Independent Recourse Mechanism. Natalie Chinje Bediong, Lead Advisor to the Secretary General of the African Development Bank. Dominique Bouteau, the Director for Strategies and Operational Policies. Representing the Director, yes, please, welcome. And we've got Uche Duru, representing the Director for Environmental and Social Safeguards and Compliance. Please come here. And now let me hand you over to Marie-Angèle Touré. Marie-Angèle.
Thank you very much. Mesdames et messieurs, on se retrouve, hein?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be very interesting. It's not every day that we have senior management being ready to answer your questions. They are here. We see them all smiles and very happy to shed light on any issues you may have, questions you've had in your minds for weeks or months. So let me just ask of you the following. If you raise your hand to ask a question, introduce yourself and be quick, relatively quick in asking your question. Sometimes you want to explain a great deal, but if we want to ensure that everyone is given the opportunity to speak, let's speak to the point. Let's be crisp, and you indicate to who your question is addressed. That way we can have a very flexible interaction. So we are going to start now. We have questions from those who are online, and we will be asking you the questions soon. But let's start with those who are present. Please raise your hand and ask your questions. Now is the time.
Je sais que nous venons de terminer la pause des...
I know we just had lunch, and it was quite an interesting lunch, but please ask your questions. Who wants to go first? All those who are sitting here are happy to answer your questions. Or please send your questions to me. Those questions are available online, so I can start asking the questions while we wait for those in the room to raise their hands.
Mais ne soyez pas timides.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be shy. I'm sure that we have questions for them. Well, members of the team, can you send me the questions online so we can start? Okay, I see a hand from a lady. No surprise there. Yes, ma'am, please. Introduce yourself and tell the name of the person.
My name is Fiona. I work with the Bank Information Center, and I have two questions to management. One is to Mariam. We know that IRM is going through a review process. Is there opportunity for engagement with civil society organizations, and how will that be done? It would be really good to hear from you. And the other goes to Duru. We are happy about the updated ISS. Would like to know how things are changing in project preparation, and when we might expect to see projects approved that are using the new standards. Thank you.
Yes, la question, vous l'avez...
Who are supposed to ask your question, answer the questions, please? Well, the mics are on. Can you hear me? Yes.
Question, I would answer in French. Donc, merci.
Thank you for your question. The independent recourse mechanism was set up in 2004. Since 2004, it's an independent accountability mechanism. We work a great deal with civil society organizations, NGOs, and also to address the requests of persons who are affected by bank finance projects as part of the environmental and social policies. IRM was set up accordingly, and in its governing regulations, it is provided that in order for the independence, impartiality, and transparency to be complied with, there should be a review every 4 years, which is what we do. I think we are at our 4th review. We had in 2006, 2010, 2015, 2021, and this year, a concept note which will be tabled for CODE review and endorsement before board approval. This is a very important point. And during this process, we conduct extensive consultations of CSOs. This is what we did in 2021, 4 years ago, and we will do the same this year. We've not yet reached out to you because we are doing the preparatory work internally, and we'll conduct the review with board approval. If the board is of the view that it is this year, then this year it will be, but it's never happened that the board does not approve the review. So it has to do with accountability and providing information with respect to affected persons. This is what I can say. Thank you. Thank you. The second question in the room, I see a hand raised. Yes, please. Good afternoon. My name is Francis Zereji. I represent the NGO known as COGEPA. We are in mining and environment. The question is how to benefit from bank financing for mining projects of a community purpose. We're talking about small-scale mines. Are there any projects which the bank can provide financing for? If so, what are the procedures to access the financing? Those are my questions. And who are you addressing your question to? IRM. Well, IRM is an independent mechanism. We do not work directly on the operations, but let me ask one of my colleagues, Mr. Fregeni, for instance, who in the operations. Well, I could answer, but I don't think I will be in my right role. So let me yield to the colleagues concerned to answer the question. Martin?
Okay, so thank you for this question, very important. And just to appreciate once again, because this is my first time to take the mic, you're coming and really engaging in this discussion is extremely important. And I would like to start from where the morning conversation ended. I think in the morning, it was clear that we are living in very extraordinary times. In that the official development financing on which Africa has depended for a long time is now tightening, okay? And because it's reducing, I think one of our young panelists in the morning indicated that each dollar of investment that we receive then needs to be maximized in terms of its impact on the people of Africa. And I want to answer from a human capital development perspective, if you allow me. And I know I don't have a lot of time, but when you think about human development, I think we can sit here forever because there is young people in there and women too. Now, when you think about financing for businesses in the mining sector, but in all sectors for that matter, I think it will require us to have a shift in mindset and a shift in approach. The way we have been doing it in the past, you see that the bank's strategy, this long-term strategy, and I'm glad Dominique is here, didn't have a strategic focus that raised the importance of young people and women. But if you are to take the strategy now, I don't know, Dominique, if you have brought some copies here, you will find that there is a quote in the 10-year strategy of the bank that has just been approved for 2024 to 2033. It's about raising the ambition of the bank, of this institution, in partnership with the countries on the continent, but also partners elsewhere, raising the ambition of investing in young people, young women and young men, but also investing in women in general. The understanding is that when you invest in the people, you allow them to drive the development. Instead of them being just recipients, beneficiaries of gifts, they are the ones that are now driving the development. And then that's where the issue of entrepreneurship comes in. when you look at the number of young people that are joining the labor market every year, this number may shock you. So if you take 100 young people, if we're 100 in here, that join the labor market every year, on average, it may vary a little bit in the north, in the central, and the south, but on average, if you take 100 young people joining the labor market every year, you find that only 30 find jobs in the formal sector. And then you ask, what about the 70? What about the 70? So the 70 find themselves in two situations. The first situation is they are completely unemployed. They don't have a job. The second situation is they are in informal sector enterprises. Informal sector, small, medium, and micro enterprises. And if you look at the way these enterprises are performing, their returns are very, very low. So the bank is saying, in addressing youth entrepreneurship, we need to look at two things. One, give them the relevant skills that the private sector, the normal private sector, the formal private sector that we see, can find useful so that they can employ them. The second point is to support them have their business ideas, okay? Business ideas bankable so that they can find access to financing. But we realize one thing, it's not just about access to financing. To your point, you have a business in mining sector, financing are business development services. It's also about the environment. So what are the incentives that are there in the economy that can promote the business ideas? If we demonstrate this, then we can actually address some of the issues. And the last point I want to make is this, and forgive me for taking time. The last point is this. You will say, okay, the bank has really amplified young people and women in the 10-year strategy. But how will it concretely make it happen? Now, the bank knows that we need to operationalize that ambition. So we have prepared, together with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, what we call the Youth Skills and Jobs Marker System. The idea is that any project that the board members will be approving will be asking 3 questions. The first question is this: how does this project benefit young people? If it's a project, for instance, in Côte d'Ivoire, how does this project benefit young, small, and medium entrepreneurs? Whether it's energy, whether it's transport, and whether it's, other sectors as well. The second is, how have we developed the skills of the young people so that they are responding to the needs of the private sector in that sector? And the last one is, how many jobs are we creating for this? Now, the Civil Society Engagement Action Plan that we discussed this morning says that when we are starting the preparation of any bank operation in any country, we will sit down together with civil society in each country so that young people, women, mining entrepreneurs, and everybody have a say on what it is they want to see in bank projects. That's what the action plan says. That's the good thing, because then it takes the conversation from here to the grassroots. And I'm glad that we are having this conversation because agriculture is here and Dr. Nyong is here, so they can expand on what it is we're doing in these sectors. Otherwise, we can continue the conversation, but that's how we are approaching it in terms of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs in different sectors. Yeah. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette réponse, effectivement.
Thank you for a very comprehensive response. It was indeed very necessary for you to provide such a response. You also responded to the issues raised by some persons this morning. I see a hand raised. And thank you. Let me once again thank the African Development Bank for this opportunity. It's granting us to get to meet with the bank's senior management. Colleagues, do you see and realize this opportunity that we have? The people sitting in front are representing senior management of the bank. So let's avail ourselves of this opportunity to raise the issues we have. Madam Diawara, I remember you very well because in December 2024 in Saly in Senegal, you involved us in the sensitization workshop on the Independent Recourse Mechanism, IRM. And a few months before, that was in June 2024, I was here in Abidjan for an IRM event. This is all part and parcel of the interaction with the civil society. I hope it is also related to your question. Yes, indeed. And that question of mine is addressed to Mr. Maman Issa, who is the Director of Environmental and Social Safeguards and Compliance. You see, the document I have before me is in English. I don't know if I translated it well. Just to ask you to tell us how NGOs and civil societies are considered by the management.
Quel genre de service?
In other words, what kind of services can you provide to civil society organizations and NGOs? And if you can give us some tips, don't necessarily go to the details, but give us an idea of what environmental and social safeguards and compliance are. So I think the question is addressed to Mr. Uche Duru, representing Mr. Maman Issa Sani.
Oui.
Thank you very much for your question, and I would say it's a pleasure to be here with you. As been mentioned, I'm representing Dr. Maman Issa, who's my director, and asked me to join this forum, not just as a partner, but as not just as an institution or a department, but as a partner that values the contribution of CSO to sustainable development in the continent. So now to your question, I think first of all I'll mention that we have already a CSO department or division within the bank that caters to the need of CSOs. Probably one of the deliverables within the mandate is this forum that allows this kind of interaction. So that in itself, it's already something the bank's management is doing to support the ambitions of CSO organizations. But now, when it comes to the area of environmental and social safeguards and compliance, which is our mandate as a department, what we want to do is to ensure that every project that is financed by the bank protects the environment, protects communities, and ensures inclusive development in the continent. So that's what we do as a mandate. And I wanted to emphasize that role and also emphasize the division of responsibilities between the bank and our borrowers, the people that we finance. So the bank is the bank in its nature. What we do is to provide advisory to these borrowers to ensure that the projects, operations that they are carrying out meet the best standards in terms of ENS. In that context, one of the things that we do is to develop policies for the bank and standards. And I'm happy to say that back in 2022 through 2023, we engaged intensively with CSO organizations in formulating the bank's updated safeguard system, that the bank's policies and procedures and requirements. We engaged intensively with CSO organizations, and I think I understand that after that engagement, the CSOs actually had that opportunity to form a network of CSOs who have continued to engage us in our business. So in terms of the support we give CSOs, we provide avenues for them to contribute to the formulation of bank policies, number one. We also provide avenues for CSOs to reach out to us in terms of ensuring transparency in the projects that we support. So as you may know, we go to great extent to ensure that our projects are publicly disclosed, and that allows CSOs and the public to provide comments that can make those projects better and make the outcomes of those projects better for the beneficiaries. So these are the key aspects, the key avenues that we provide to CSO to interact with us in our policy dialogue, in our project design, and then during implementation. We believe that you CSOs are actually the ears and eyes on the ground much more than the bank staff per se, even if we are, so to say, decentralized across the continent. But we do rely to a large extent to the information we get from CSOs. So we are quite open to CSOs reaching out to us to provide advice on how our interventions in our continent, in the economies of our continent, can be done better. Thank you.
Merci pour votre...
Thank you for your response. For us to ensure some balance, before giving you the floor, I would like to take 2 questions from those following us remotely. The first question is for Dominique Puteaux, who is representing Caroline Kenderup, Senior Director for Strategy and Operational Policies.
Strategy 2024-2033 incorporates civil society engagement as a key cross-cutting pillar to advance inclusive and sustainable development. A question asked by Bentil Mark. Est-ce que vous avez un micro, please?
Thank you very much for the question. I will respond in English as you asked it in English. So my name is Dominique Puteaux. I represent Caroline Kenderup, our Senior Director in the Strategy and Policy Department. So the civil society organizations were very instrumental in developing, in helping the bank develop its 10-year strategy that was approved by the Board of Directors last year. So it's a 2024-2033 10-year strategy, which summarizes the strategic vision of the bank, of what the bank will be achieving in the next 10 years. So it starts with an analysis of the challenges, the opportunities in Africa, but also offers solutions based on our vision, what we can do, what our financing also authorizes us to do, and our mandate across the development landscape in Africa. By the way, this document can be easily found online in French, in English. If you just type on Google Africa 10-year strategy, AFDB, you will find it. I'm sorry we do not have hard copies, but it's very easy to download any copy in French or in English. Now, in order to do this strategy, there's heavy consultations being made with, of course, our member states, the African countries called the regional member countries, but also the other countries that are part of the bank. We have 81 countries around Africa and around the world who are part of the bank. Business agencies as well, the executive directors, bank staff, think tanks, but also, and maybe the most important, civil society organizations. So to that extent, there were a series of workshops organized with the help of our civil society organization department here at the bank, which helped formulate this 10-year strategy. So as my colleague to my right just said, any feedback, any consideration that was given to us by the CSO was processed and factored into the strategy. And the strategy can be really summarized as scaling up the high fives of the bank. Anybody knows the high five by heart? I will not venture because I usually get 4 out of 5, but we all know the high fives of the bank. We want to scale up the high fives and want to have a very inclusive and lasting development. And by the way, we are called the African Development Bank, and we're not a bank. We're not Société Générale, we're not American Express, or we are a development bank. So we are entrusted by governments to support 2 things: the figure, the growth in Africa, So let's summarize it at revenue per capita, growth, economic growth. But we all know that economic growth has to be inclusive. So inclusivity is also key to our vision. And lasting inclusivity, that also implies consultations with grassroots, including CSOs. Now, just to finish, beyond the 10-year strategy that was made, there was an action plan, which is the 2024-2029 action plan of the bank for civil society organizations. I'm sure my colleagues from the CSO department can give details, but this is part of the strategic tool of the bank. This action plan can also be downloaded from our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question for Martin Fregini. What are the follow-up actions from the Dakar 2 summit, and how are civil society and local actors involved in their implementation? Question from Mustafa Doukouré.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And it's good to join you at this very important event. So Dakar 2 was a watershed moment for African agriculture. Like you all know, we passed through COVID-19, and we passed through, the war in the Black Sea region. And even when people had money, I remember the Minister of Agriculture of Angola telling me, we had money, but we could not buy food because the ships were not coming, or there was nobody to ship us the food. So in 2023, January, 34 heads of states and 75 ministers gathered and said, we have to change this. At the core of the Dakar 2 meeting was what we call the Country Food and Agriculture Delivery Compacts. Heads of states of the countries came together in a boardroom with development partners to discuss a roadmap to how to increase production of key staples. After Dakar 2, with the approval of the board of directors, we have invested $3.7 billion in Dakar 2 projects. For example, there's a big $289 million project in DRC, value chain project and trying to improve productivity and value addition for rice, for maize, for cassava. And all these projects are done in collaboration, not only just with government, but also with civil society, especially farmer organizations. Also, we have in Tanzania a youth in agriculture project. It's about $120 million, looking at how do you organize young people and provide professional management, and how do you provide them credit also and training to produce horticultural products, to produce things like wheat and sunflowers and seeds for oil. But recently, we had a meeting with, and I'm happy that Mr. Pambele is here from PAFO. They came to us and said, yeah, it's good you are giving money to government, but the truth is that it's the SMEs, the CSOs, that produce 80% of the food that we consume on the continent. So why don't you involve us? We took their admonition and their advice to heart. And we had a big meeting in Nairobi, and that was in March this year, where we discussed how can we finance farmer cooperatives, farmer groups, how can we finance people that are actually involved directly in producing food and in processing food. And the bank announced a $500 million facility that will actually provide de-risking instruments, blended finance, origination incentives to help us to actually address the participation of CSOs. It's not enough to just say we give money to countries and CSOs somehow find a way of participating, but we decided to do it directly. It will be launched very soon, and I believe very strongly that we will begin to address this critical stakeholder in African agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mesdames et messieurs, dans l'audience, je vais essayer d'être un peu plus précis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to be pinpoint accurate with your questions. You could please indicate who you would like to answer a question. It could be Anthony Nyong, Mata Piri, Nathalie Bojang. Please raise your hands and ask your questions. I recognize the lady to the left. And we shall come to you later on.
My name is Rosina Pobi, and I work with SciTVS. My question is in regards to inclusion of people with disabilities. I know the 10-year strategy talks about the bank ensuring inclusivity. The ISS mentions vulnerable people, including people with disabilities. And the new civil society engagement plan also talks about opening up civil society spaces to organizations of persons with disabilities. So my question is, what concrete steps are being taken to ensure that these things are not just left on paper, but then processes at country level, such as in the development of CSPs, are inclusive and are accessible to people with disabilities? And whether there are also plans at management level to commit to a specialist or some role that would look about mainstreaming disability in the work of the bank. Thank you.
And your question is addressed to?
Madam Miriam.
So she's not among the three that I...
Miriam, sorry, Mariam, sorry.
So I need to explain my role here. Actually, IRM is the independent recourse mechanism of the bank.
Madam Fury, sorry.
Madam?
Fury.
Martha. Thank you.
I think Martha and Mariam are quite close, so that's why, and we happen to sit close here. And this is a very important question that you ask, and it's something that even when we take a project to the board, they do look for at least tangible, demonstration that we are providing the necessary attention to this issue. Now, in our case, when we go to a country, like you put it, to engage in prioritization of the CSP, our engagement involves CSOs that also are responsible for people with disabilities. And therefore, it's at that moment that when we develop our CSPs, we take into account the issues. If we are not effectively doing that, I think it's time that we need to strengthen. And looking at where the CSP action plan is, now that we have rolled out, you have to continue raising this as we go into the country to prepare the CSPs. But it shouldn't just end there. When we come back to prepare each project, then the CSOs that are in charge of people living with disabilities need to be involved also. To say, if you are building a school, for instance, how do you make sure that kids or people with disabilities access that facility with ease? Because that's the only way that you can encourage them to access education and then empower them to have skills. Lastly, we are developing social protection guidelines. And in these guidelines, we would like to make sure that we clarify this aspect so that when our engineers are going into Rwanda, for instance, Burundi, to develop a road project, they should pay attention to issues of disabilities. They are doing that now, but it should be consistent. I think this is what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A question from Fatima Sarah to Professor Anthony Nyong. What role should civil society play in implementing programs to promote adaptation, climate resilience, and access to renewable energies for vulnerable communities?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think let me start by really commending everyone that's here. Your being here shows you are indeed a development partner, and the bank needs every one of you and every one of us. I remember when many years ago, Zainab, maybe 15, 17, 16 years ago, it was an antagonistic relationship. But now it's completely partnership. And I really want to commend everyone for that. The African Development Bank has a climate change and green growth strategy that is very inclusive. We are implementing our third climate action plan. We did the first one, ran for 5 years, we learned. Did the second, ran for 5 years, we learned, improved on what we're doing now. And we've seen the importance of working with the civil society. I give you a few points on how we're working and where we could actually do more. Let's look in terms of financing. We have major projects of the bank. Climate change is a cross-cutting issue. We put our noses in every other person's project just to make sure that we end up with resilient projects. And so what do? We ensure that some years ago, we were actually talking, and the civil society representative said, we hear this 3.5 billion, 100 million, 800 million. What does that mean to us? We cannot be accessing those funds. So we established what we call the Africa Climate Change Fund that basically gives about $100,000 to $1 million to organizations, largely CSOs, NSOs, and other local communities to be able to implement their programs. Right now, I'll call Rita to talk a little bit about it. And so on. And it's not just implementing their programs, it's building their capacities to be able to access larger funds. If we start with the larger funds, they can't. They said, look at the Green Climate Fund, and so we can't even access it. So when you have that little, the 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, and successfully implement that project, then you are in a position to ask for something better from other institutions or from the bank. So that has been very helpful. That's one way we work with civil society. And then when we have those projects, we know that because they're working with the local communities, the money trickles down, the benefits trickle down to those local communities that they work with. In terms of policy or strategic positioning, I've always told myself, look, M-Pesa was not manufactured in Europe, was not conceived or designed in the US. It was conceived, designed in Africa, in Kenya. And we believe that somewhere, somehow, those youths with the can-do spirit are still there. It's to identify them, it's to work with them. We believe that the civil society organizations and our youth have a solution to climate change on the continent, which we can work with. So we established with the Global Center on Adaptation what we call the Youth Adapt, that focuses on building resilience, creating jobs. If we say we want a resilient society, we need to get people into that space already. So we've established this Youth Adapt, and then I have a Youth Adapt Challenge. What does it do? We advertise, call for proposals, basically, and we ask people with brilliant ideas to come on board, apply. Maximum $100,000 if you win. But it's a very competitive process. Goes through a whole jury, 3 jury selections, and all manner of other things it goes through. Then every year we select 10. People from the lot, thousands apply. We select them because that's what our resources can carry. These 10 were people that had businesses that could not go over the valley of death, what we call the valley of death. They can't just take it off. So we've established that with that money, they can do something wonderful. And we've seen amazing things these youth and CSOs are doing. One I like talking about is a Cameroonian young lady who had a drone with AI, established in it. And what she does is, before the rains come, She flies her drones, identifies potential blockages with plastics and everything in the drains, and clears those drains. And when the rains come, they flow. No flooding in those areas. Amazing. You know why it's amazing? Because she now has a plastic shredding company that does things. So she gets free raw materials and then still gets what she wants to do out of it. As I speak to you, she's expanded into about 5 countries just because we gave her that push. She's expanded into 5 countries. She has increased her staffing to maybe over 100 or so because we gave her 100,000. So that's what civil societies do with us. We identify those promising civil society organizations like every one of you seated here, and we advertise, and we ensure that we give you that backing that you need. Like I said in closing, we are a very inclusive organization. We work together with everyone. Our strategy is all inclusive, and we know, like Uche has said, the civil society knows better, knows more about those regions than we will ever know. So when we work with the civil society, we're not just doing them a favor, they are doing us a favor. That's why I call them development partners, because together we can deliver what needs to be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer and your precisions. Vous savez, en ligne, on a une...
Well, online, as you know, we have a very active audience. I also note here in the hall we have several hands being raised, but we also have questions online. Nathalie Chinje-Bodiong, you have some questions, many of them, but I'm going to ask 2 only.
Implementation of its disclosure and access to information policy to foster transparency and trust with communities and civil society. Une question qui nous vient de Pascal.
That question is from Pascal Paris.
And opportunities for civil society to use disclosed information to promote accountability and inclusive development.
Merci.
Thank you. I am Nathalie Bodiong, and I am the senior advisor at the Office of the Secretary General of the bank. I'm representing the Secretary General on this stage, Professor Vincent Nyemele, who unfortunately is unavoidably absent due to a very busy schedule, mainly due to the preparations of the annual meetings of the African Development Bank relating to the rolling out of the bank's disclosure of information policy. The bank does its best to communicate greatly on bank information. It's important to acknowledge that the bank has made giant strides in this regard. Let me note that the bank was one of the first financial institutions to have a clearly defined policy relating to the access to information, thanks to the vision of our management and the board of directors, which approved this policy in 1997. And later on, the policy was revised. So this policy focuses on granting broadcasting of information at a large scale, and we need to do this. Why? First, because at the moment, if we look at bank statistics, the public gets access to bank information through the bank's website. When we compare across the years, for example, in 2023, we had more than 15,000 visitors compared to, we had 15 million visitors on the bank compared to 2024.
An important role in that. So I think I want to stress that, number one. And I can also give further statistic in terms of how the public And by the public, I'm talking about the various stakeholders in the room and outside the room, and one of them is the CSO organization. You guys are one of the consumer of our information. Obviously, at the very top, we have the private sector, and then followed up by the education and academic sector, but you're definitely among the top 5. So the implementation of the policy of the bank, for it to be successfully done, it has to be, again, through collaboration and through partnership. Internal collaboration and internal, with the various units within the bank itself, specifically the communication department. Earlier on, I alluded to the fact that we have increased the publication of more information on the website. We get more and more interest of in our website and in our information. I'm actually going to give you a specific example. If we look again at the year 2024, end of 2024, we had 4,174 documents that were proactively published on the bank's website. And what does the policy ask us to do? The policy asks us to maximize the publication of those information and to give access of that information to the public. And I don't want to blow our trumpet. You know, what we do right on the floor gets us to achieve more. And we can achieve more again with our partner. You will know that for the past 2 consecutive years, in 2022 and 2024, the bank was rated by an independent international organization for its sovereign operation as the most transparent organization in the world. So I really want to emphasize the fact that there's so much that is already been done in terms of implementation. And obviously, we can't be perfect. There's always room for improvement. We are continuously engaging with various departments in the bank, specifically the civil society engagement department, the communication department, to work towards the vision within our policy, which is about maximizing information disclosure. Thank you. The second question was more about identifying the gaps and what could be done more. And I think the answer here is that the bank has already done quite a lot. And yes, there's always opportunities for improvement, and we obviously want to engage more with our stakeholders, not just internal, but also external, because as you know, the environment in which we are currently operating is in constant flux. It is changing, and it's so important for us to be ahead of our game so that we can maintain that top position that we have currently in the broad market. Thank you.
Merci, merci infiniment.
Thank you very much for your responses. Let us come back to the hall. There was a hand raised by a lady. Please take the floor. Hello, everyone. Hello, panel members. I'm called Madame Do. I am technical advisor on gender for the NGO Génération Femme du Troisième Millénaire. My question is naturally put to the lady who is in charge of gender issues. I would like to know the projects which are currently being executed and funded by the bank. Next, in terms of prospects, what policies are rolled out to ensure that gender is taken on board in Côte d'Ivoire when you have to do with strategy? So the question is put to Martha Phiri.
Thank you. I think I also want to start by acknowledging the level of ambition that the bank has raised with respect to investing and empowering women. When you look at the 10-year strategy, that level of ambition is very clear, that the next 10 years, the bank will focus on not just giving gifts to women, but also making sure that women are drivers of domestic economic activities by, of course, being employed, but also as entrepreneurs, successful entrepreneurs. Now, what kind of project? First of all, we realize that you know, in the bank, this is an infrastructure institution, okay, and largely, I should say, largely infrastructure, because it's not only infrastructure, it's largely infrastructure. So the idea is to make sure that each project that the bank, you know, finances in regional member countries, in each of your countries, has a direct impact on women. So we have a categorization tool that helps us to monitor and, you know, scrutinize the project on how it is contributing to impacting on the lives of women. And in that categorization, we want to make sure that we have most of our projects maximizing the impact of women, direct impact on women in a way that is clear and strategic. So in the objective itself, but also in the actual activities of that project, whether it's energy project, whether it's transport project, and so on. And we also need to have data, okay, that helps us disaggregate this impact so that we can follow the results and make sure that we demonstrate that this is indeed, you know, happening. But the second point is on making sure that we have supported women in giving them finance for enterprises that they start. And we have this very exciting program called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. It's called AFAWA. And thanks to, you know, donors of AFAWA, we have now, you know, provided financing close to, is that 2 billion? 2 billion, over 2 billion, and 1.2 billion US dollars that has been disbursed, you know, and is in the hands of women. The idea is to make sure that we work with institutions, financial institutions, that can have products and services that are, you know, customized to the needs of women businesses. And so that, you know, we just don't, you know, provide financing only, but we also provide non-financial services as well. So building the capacity of women to start and run businesses. Now, if you look at that, over, you know, 1.2 billion, you know, disbursed to women, that is just what we do with AFAWA. But then there is also in the financial services department, some of the projects that we provide for, you know, to financial institutions that also support women enterprises. Now, as we go forward, what is it that we are going to do? Now, with the level of ambition that we have in the 10-year strategy, we want to make sure that we have an action plan that is aligned to that 10-year strategy to build on this success story so that we can do more, be more ambitious, be bolder in providing women financing so that they can have successful businesses. But we'll also continue having the gender marker system to make sure that each project that we have for regional member countries maximizes its impact on outcomes that impact on women. Again, civil society will be key to hold us to account so that when we come to the regional member countries where each one of you sit, you'll be asking questions. So how far have you gone in marking each of these projects to make sure that they benefit women? Secondly, how far are you in providing financing for women entrepreneurs under the AFAWA program? So I think that's what I can say.
Thank you very much for your answer. Effectivement, on a parlé des
Indeed, we've spoken about projects and programs. We have AFAWA, which has changed things in Africa. Let us continue with our questions. We had a question here. There is a lady who is dressed in yellow and black, as well as a gentleman who's been raising his hand since. Please, ride on. Thank you very much. I am called Zadem Somaya. I am from Tunisia. I am the manager and founder of the African Center for Resilient Agriculture. My question is put to Mr. Martin Fregene. Oh, sorry, rather to Mrs. Martha. My apologies. The question is put to Mr. Martin. So the question, what are the concrete means for CSOs to be more involved in agricultural projects which are funded by the bank, notably on planning, implementation, but also project assessment? Thank you.
No, thank you very much for that question. It's a very relevant and timely question. You know, in the past, many of our sovereign operations, that's lending to governments, many a times we just design it talking only to governments. And we hardly took into account sitting down with the communities and the CSOs that represent them, you know, in the project area. But things have changed. I can tell you things have changed. Based upon the bank's new ISS, that's our environmental and social safeguard policies, and also based upon urging by our board. Now we actually are working with our CSO department to engage communities at the very preliminary stage of project design. That's when we go to the field for preparation. That's when we're trying to prepare a project concept note. Now we work with our CSO department to invite relevant, CSO partners to sit down, and we let them know. Of course, the government will also be there. We let them know what we are trying to do, and then we also let them know what the implications are for land, what the implications are for livelihoods, what the potential impact on the environment, will be, especially for, forests and rivers, and then we get feedback from them. That's the very first stage. Then the next stage, when the appraiser, when you now have more or less a project document, and you're just going to validate with the government, we also go back to the CSOs, again working with our CSO department, and try very hard to let them know, and also when we start doing the studies, the ENS studies, to assess the impacts of the project on the environment and on people. Again, we try to invite them so that at the end of the day, there is full ownership of the project. It's not just the government owning the project, but also you have the CSOs owning the project. That's very, very important. That's the first part. But you also ask, how about during implementation? Again, during implementation, we normally have what we call supervisory missions, where we go and we are accompanied by our ENS and also our agenda, and in many cases our CSO colleagues. Again, we try to check with the communities and with the CSOs, indeed, if the implementation have met their, expectations, or if things are not working as planned, right? But I think, you see, this way, when you work like this, you always are able to, to avoid problems, because everybody's aware of what is being done. There is buy-in into the plan, there is buy-in into the implementation, and then any problems can easily be, quickly be discussed. We invite you in Tunisia, to also, visit our office, and I also will like to meet you afterwards to share with you what projects we have in Tunisia, and so you are keenly aware, and you can also participate in both the design and also the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Une question en ligne à présent.
There is an online question addressed to Dominic.
Waited until transitioning period to adopt a new strategy from Martha Tikala Itaye. And what are the key innovations in this strategy regarding consultation mechanisms, participation, and civil society feedback integration across the project cycle? A microphone, please.
Je suis désolé, vous pouvez répéter la première?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of your question, please? It's actually two questions.
The bank waited until transitioning period to adopt a new strategy. From Mrs. Martha Tikala Itaye.
Je pense que la personne fait référence.
I assume that the person is referring to the election of the president of the bank, which will happen at the end of this month. The 10-year strategy, the recent 10-year strategy was approved about 1 year ago, that's March 2024. Let me state that the 10-year strategy of the bank belongs to the organization, and it's on the basis of rules which are independent of the election of the president of the African Development Bank. The 10-year strategy, as the name indicates, it's every 10 years with a midterm review every 5 years. That's midway into the implementation of the strategy. Now, it is independent of the election, where it goes without saying that the new leader of the organization, as you'll find elsewhere, would want to bring in some changes. But the 10-year strategy is comprehensive. It relies on very solid consultations, as I said when I answered my first question, with very extensive stakeholders addressing analysis on the challenges, opportunities, and value addition of the African Development Bank. Now, that strategy can be tweaked if there is a new direction and a new administration of the bank. So it is the fruit of a very extensive consensus amongst the stakeholders. And in this respect, the African Development Bank consulted hundreds of entities, organs, as part of the formulation of the strategy. Now, I didn't quite understand the second part of the question. I think it had to do with how to improve on the participatory process. You see, the formulation of a strategy, a high-level document, the beauty of the document is the fact that it is, well, the ultimate goal, which is to have a nice document which you can online, upload online or download online. But then there is the process. If you have a sector strategy, for instance, in the African Development Bank, I was in charge of the sustainable debt policy of the African Development Bank. This is something that takes a lot of time because, you see, we want to ascertain that we have all the information, the resources, academic research information to feed into the formulation of the strategy, but also that we get the best practices from other organizations. We work with sister organizations like the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the IMF. We are always working in a network to see how to pool our efforts to have a synergy in our policies while respecting the value addition of the respective partners. But as I've said, we consult all stakeholders. African Development Bank has its shareholders, the members, the states, 81 in all, 54 in the continent. But over and above that, we consult private sector, civil society, professional organizations. For instance, if we want to come up with a water sector, we are going to be having sector consultations. But the African Development Bank is quite amenable and open to comments and considerations of the various strategies. And it goes without saying that ultimately the strategy is a compromise between what is possible, what is doable, and what is desirable. Thank you. Thank you. There is an online question for Uche Duru.
Integrated safeguard system account for human rights, gender equality, and the specific needs of vulnerable populations when assessing project impacts. It's a question from Aissatou Diallo from Guinea.
All right. Thank you for the question. I think when it comes to the issue of human rights, I think a very necessary foundation has to be set. Because when you are giving education, for example, or providing education, working on education projects or transportation projects, those are already advancing human rights as such. And a clear demarcation should be made around the topics of human rights from a political perspective and the intentions or the purposes for which projects are being implemented, for which the bank is being involved in. So in that context, what we do from the environmental and social safeguards perspective is to ensure that our projects actually meet the legislations already available in those countries. That, for example, if you are dealing with the issue of property rights, that the project that the bank is supporting does not lead to acquisition of land in a way that is against the laws of the country, in a way that it violates the right of an individual to their property. So that's the perspective that we come in, that we intervene, not necessarily from the perspective of promoting, I would say, political rights or political engagement, because that's not necessarily the purview of the bank per se. So we are focused on ensuring that our development projects do not make people worse off or make communities worse off than they are without the project. So that's exactly what we do as far as human rights engagement is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On repart dans la salle.
Back to the room. Any question to be addressed to Mr. Diawara, to Madam Diawara and no one else? Yes, sir, I see your hand raised.
Thank you. Now I'm scared because it wasn't for Madam Diawara. But I've had my hand up for quite a long time. My name is Lebogang Kenneth Maboto. I represent the Southern African Council of Non-Governmental Organizations. And I'm
you were on stage this morning.
So mine is for Mrs. Chienje Bodio. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. But it's a follow-up. My main question was asked earlier by someone online to her regarding the bank's disclosure and access to information policy. So it's a follow-up on that. May you help us understand why country strategy papers are not disclosed before they are approved by the board? Thank you.
Un micro peut-être.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And one of those questions that always keep coming back to us, to the bank. I think it's very important to understand the various disclosure regimes that we have inside the bank. But I'm going to focus specifically on country strategy paper. The country strategy paper obviously go through a process, as you will understand, internally. And we encourage the country strategy paper to be fully published once it has been obviously approved by the board. But there are certain circumstances whereby, in some instances, the civil society, as an example, will want the country strategy paper of a specific country to be divulged. That could only be divulged in the instance where the bank has received the written content, the written consent of the other party, which is the regional member country. So if it's Côte d'Ivoire, for instance, we will need to get the written consent of Côte d'Ivoire before we can publish the CSP in that specific example. So it's important to understand that everything that we do is guided by our disclosure and access to information policy. I did mention earlier on that the initial policy in 1997 focused more on what we call the positive list of documents who could be disclosed, but we didn't realize that with the increased demand of bank information, we should rather move away from that and focus on a negative list. With the positive list, what we did, we in a way restricted the list of documents that could be published easily. I mean, proactively published as an example, but right now the bank has what it calls a negative list with about 8 categories of information that are not disclosable. It's important to understand that we also run an entity, we work with partners, we sign off agreements, and some of those agreements have to be protected. I sometimes get questions around why aren't we disclosing, for instance, the full project appraisal report for our non-sovereign operations. Our policy actually allows us to publish information related to, let's say, the project, but we will do it in a different format, in what we call a PSN, a project summary note. So I hope that I've been able to answer your question as to how, we go about disclosing certain information. But what is quite important to understand is that we have a negative list of those information that are not disclosable. And I'm quite happy to expand on that if you have the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. Mariam Diawara.
Mariam Diawara, 2 questions for you online.
IRM in handling complaints from communities affected by bank finance projects. How does it maintain its independence and accessibility for civil society? Et la deuxième, what is the difference between the requests we send via emails and the complaints we are asked to fill in online? And the second question is from Aurélien Nguifo from Cameroon.
Ok, merci. Je vais commencer. Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the questions. Let me start with the last question, which is more to the point. Actually, the request and the complaint are one and the same thing. You see, when you have a request from affected persons, they will have a representative whom they empower to represent them holistically. That person can take decisions on their behalf or give them advice, or they could just get an advisor to provide them advice depending on the process. Actually, more often than not, civil society organizations will say, well, we have a request for you. But it all boils down to the fact that it's a complaint from the affected persons which they will submit. And for the IRM of the bank to be seized of the case, we request them to fill an online form, which is a template, so that you get most of the information, all the information we need. Sometimes you have a complaint with, I'm giving you an example, no name, no telephone contact, for instance. All the information required for the complaint to be considered by IRM is what is in the document. So when there is a request, we go online, we ask them, do you have a request? Fill out the online formula or form, and therefrom the process is set afoot, and the person who deals with it actually has the case review. So it starts with case analysis to ascertain that all the ingredients are there. This is what is done, and it's more practical for this to be done online because you have all the information. You ensure that you do not miss out on any information so that your request is taken into account. Sometimes we've had an oral request for some people who don't know how to write. So the person who is responsible for recording the complaint will reach out to the person if there is a WhatsApp or other telephone number to get all the information. And if the person does not know how to write, then the case manager will do this. So this is very important. The distinction is with the terms, but in practical terms, when you talk about the complaint, there is a form which has to be filled. This is what I would say. Can you remind me the second question? It has to do with independence and access for civil society.
The IRM in handling complaints from communities affected by bank finance projects, and how does it maintain its independence and accessibility for civil society?
Civil society, okay. En fait...
Well, let me remind us of the mandate of IRM. You know, let's just go through how it was set up in multilateral development banks. In the African Development Bank, it was set up in 2004. But hitherto, there had been some concerning environmental situations, for instance, with respect to a World Bank program or project which was financed in India. All multilateral development banks, therefore, designed this mechanism so that people who are affected by projects have the possibility of a recourse. I'll give you an example. There is a road project. You have to set aside land for the road project. The road project will go through a region and it would require the displacement of the people who are on that route, and then this would require resettlement. It could well be that the people had not been adequately compensated. And they would say, for instance, well, you took my land, yet I have the ownership rights, the title deed, so why did you take my land? So we have that situation, and then the country has to ensure that the person is compensated. Now, since we always have the project-affected people who have complaints, the procedure which was set up in order to achieve inclusive development led to this system. Firstly, to ensure that persons affected by projects financed by the African Development Bank and multilateral development banks to have an independent recourse, independent of the bank management, and to obtain compensation. The IRM is the independent recourse mechanism of the bank. While the mechanism is in the bank, it is not part and parcel of bank management. It is autonomous because it has a direct reporting line to the board of directors of the bank. What that means is that the IRM director does not have any superior subordinate relationship with the president of the bank. Rather, he reports to the chair of CODE, and the chair of CODE is in this room, E.D. Knudsen. So that's the first level of independence. There is also independence with respect to the appointment of the director, because as far as the rules are concerned, it's not the president who appoints, just as they would appoint other members of senior management of the bank. Rather, appointment is by a committee chaired by the CODE chair, so as to respect that independence and the relationship which should not be with the bank. Yes, we are in the bank, and the IRM personnel are considered as staff, but there is that independence by which you do not receive instructions directly from the president, but the linkage between the office of the IRM director and the president is more administrative line, in terms of approvals for missions or leave. Beyond that, there is absolutely no direct line between the management of the bank, at the helm of which is the president, and the IRM. It may come as a surprise, but it is what it is, and the guarantee comes from the fact that it stems from the fact that the board is involved. So when you have a complaint from civil society, we assume that it's vulnerable people. So IRM steps in to ascertain that the bank is complying with its own policies. My colleague earlier on talked about the environmental and social policies. If you have people who are affected and who have the view that the bank actually had not implemented its own environmental and social policies, then the person or persons or community are entitled to file a complaint with IRM. IRM will conduct a due diligence to ascertain that the project complies with the bank's environmental and social policies. If it's not the case, then IRM's role will be to, by way of the compliance reviews, ensure that the project becomes compliant. So all the issues which our colleagues address in terms of ENS are complied with. Otherwise, IRM will ensure that management complies. And this is under the supervision or oversight of the board. So as you can see, there is no really direct line. IRM's role is to ensure that the project affected person or persons have independent recourse mechanisms and that they have a fair compensation, which will go a long way in enhancing the transparency in the bank and applicable policies, and to ensure that the development is inclusive, because this gives the opportunity to the most vulnerable people who are affected by projects. I hope I have answered the question.
Qui lève la main? Oui, oui, en bleu, s'il vous plaît.
Gentleman in blue, please take the floor. Microphone. Please ask your question. You have the microphone. Please proceed. Okay, well, let's give the floor to the gentleman in blue. I have a question for Madame Jawara. I know she did well for the IRM documents to be translated in the languages in our continent. I was involved in translating the documents into Wolof, Malingo. I think other languages such as Swahili too were involved. So where are you with regards to the adaptability in various languages? Because affected communities need to understand these tools which are available. This is an important project, and we are aware of ensuring fairness. Notably within the context of this project, we need to grant the people the right to express themselves in their languages. You feel much more at ease when you speak your language. However, we began with the bank's official languages, English and French. Also, there is the possibility to translate in Swahili, in Arabic. Nonetheless, let me admit that this is dependent on the available staff members within the IRM. Recently, we had a case in Arabic. The person involved had to use interpreters because the person who used to assist us had been transferred to another department. So we understand how important it is, but we need resources. So what we do is, whenever we get a case, we quickly refer to the bank's translation division, because we also know that we need to ensure confidentiality. We can't send the document to whosoever to handle the document, because we must ensure confidentiality. Let us not forget the existing risk of reprisals, because communities could want to complain, but they don't want disclosure of their names. Some would say, would like to complain, but wouldn't want the project implementation unit running after me later on. So there are many aspects to be handled, and we carry out, we proceed with translator or requests for translators. We know we have sworn and professional translators, but at bank level, first we have English and French as official languages. So when we have additional languages, we get consultants recruited by the translation services of the bank, but these people have to be recruited to also ensure confidentiality. Again, it is an ongoing project, and the aim is, well, it's true. At the moment, you can submit your complaints in the simplest means possible. You can do that through WhatsApp. And so we have several means accessible to affected populations and to communities. Microphone to the gentleman in blue, please. I noticed that you're handing the microphones before we choose the people, please.
Fathi, and I represent North Africa in the ESO committee. It is an open question for all the panel. Okay, as everyone knows, there is down of funding for civil society and for climate change, for environment, through US, UK, Germany, and many. As I see the strategy of the bank, did you make a risk assessment for supporting this CSOs or NGOs or small farmers in many countries? And I will be wearing the hat of North Africa now, that we had a lot of issue with adaptation and mitigation. So do we will see more support from the bank, or there is a plans that when this issue will be happen by the end of the year, next year, each organization have a very small fund from the previous, but we don't know next year what we will do. Does the bank have a plan for that or no? Thank you.
Thank you. Alors, je pense pas qu'on puisse...
Well, I don't think you can put your question to all panel members. Professor Anthony Nyong, maybe you would like to touch on this issue.
Oui, votre micro fonctionne.
Can I ask a question again? I was having difficulty in putting them together.
Sorry?
Can I repeat, let him repeat briefly the...
Okay, again, what I'm talking about is there is a lot of effect in the world now, and everyone, especially from the global north, are saying we will make less funding for the global south. We see the US out of Paris Agreement. We see or preparing for COP30, but we don't know who will implement something in COP30. What I'm asking for is, does the bank have a risk assessment to support small farmers or support NGOs which will suffering and surviving for next 3 years? Do we have or no? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. We live in a very difficult time right now because of the geopolitical situations. But what I keep telling my colleagues is, and we all know, that climate change does not go on recess or on sabbatical to, let's come back again 4 years later. We are seeing clear evidence of climate disruptions. That's very certain. And I believe that the bank, like we've said, we're a development bank, largely with climate co-benefits, and so on. I believe that the bank's activities will still go on. When pushed to the wall, that's when people become innovative. That's when people begin to explore new ideas, new programs. And I'm very optimistic that we are already thinking about new programs. There'll be slightly the effect, we know, that if people who were basically working on renewable energy now go back to say coal, Africa warms up 3 times faster than the rest of the world. And that means the impact of that extra emissions will be more on us than in any other place. But we will continue to hope and believe in the goodwill of the global community that this is something that we will continue to push. In terms of risk, yes, every project that we approve, we do a risk analysis on it. Are there projects that we have started that we won't be able to continue? I'm not sure. I think we will be able to continue the projects we've started on. Maybe new programs might be affected, new issues will come up, but I believe, and I very strongly believe. And let me mention this. Africa spends a lot of money, its own resources, addressing climate change, which we don't count. People don't think is anything. Now we're going to count it. We're going to use what we have to ensure that we address these issues. If there's a drought today or tomorrow in Ethiopia, nobody from the other regions will stop their kids from going to school in solidarity with the children in Ethiopia who couldn't go to school. So it's the continent's responsibility to make sure that we address these issues, and I believe we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Chapeau, s'il vous plaît.
Could you please hand the microphone to the gentleman with the hat? Thank you. Microphone, please. The interpreters can't get the speaker.
Il fonctionne.
I am called Sekusa. I am the Executive Secretary of ENDA Chairman, which is located in Dakar, Senegal. Also, I am a member of the Energy and Climate Change Coalition. So I'll be taking the floor in this role, and the question is put to Professor Tony Nyong. First, I would like to show I would like to note that we have covered quite some distance with the bank and civil society organizations, and it is an opportunity for us to thank you for your presence while congratulating Zainab, who ensured that we had continuous consensus between CSOs and the bank. So she deserves congratulations. Your presence does reveal the interests of this partnership, or your interest in this partnership. On the Energy and Climate Change Coalition, today with climate change, we consider that everybody is trying to change their course in terms of energy. Energy is both a cause and a consequence of climate change. In this respect, there is a requirement, and today is transition. Energy transition today falls in line with ecological transition as well as industrial transition, amongst others. Considering these opportunities, how do you see the civil society's positioning today as a potential agent of executing actions beyond projects which are implemented, and wherein the civil society is called to be on board for issues relating to awareness, control, but also as an execution agent? Is this a possibility within the bank's mechanism? Thank you.
Merci à vous. Je crois que la...
Thank you very much. I think the question was put to you, Anthony Nyong.
Name was mentioned, I know.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we've been very good partners with the ENDA TMO. It's over the years. I really want to commend that organization for staying firm on what you do. In terms of the role of the civil society in the energy transition, let me make it clear. The African Development Bank is not going to an energy transition because somebody is standing with a stick behind us. We are doing it because it's the right thing to do. We are seeing positive changes. We are seeing clean, clearer development. We are seeing resilience being built, and so on. So we are doing this because we know it is in the interest of the nation. But the pace at which we are doing this is where people have issues with. Maybe when you see Usain Bolt strolling or running casually, it becomes a problem because you can't imagine the fastest man on earth that you expect him to sprint at all the time, walking steadily. There are reasons why that could happen. So in terms of the energy transition, the bank has a program, has a plan to make sure that we work with countries to achieve their net zero targets as early as they can achieve those targets. So that's very important. What can the civil society do? Several things. One you're very good at advocacy. Extremely good at that. And I believe that many people really fully don't understand what the bank is doing, how far, how deeply we've gone into ensuring that we chart a low carbon development pathway that will not impede on our growth. So that advocacy, enlightening people, is quite important. And then two, in terms of even being our change agents, leading the work we are doing, we are, for instance, we do desert to power. And that desert to power means we are using solar energy to provide electricity to several hundreds of thousands of households in Africa along the Sahel. When we're doing that, the civil society, you are more on the ground than we are. And I believe that working with the civil society on the ground gives us better advantage because we can reach the communities, we know exactly what they want. We've always talked of last mile connectivity. We put all those 100 billion, million things up there. But eventually that electricity must get to that last household, that we leave no one behind. That is the part that we believe we can work more with civil society organizations to close that last loop. So there's a lot that the civil society can do. In terms of knowledge, there was a project we handled before, Gibe Dam. And we said, look, civil society is not just about being antagonistic. We are saying this is where it is. If you have superior arguments, come on the table. And they came up with very detailed assessment of the implications of that dam when it is done. And we accepted it and we worked together. So I believe that there are some civil society organizations, some NGOs that have that technical depth that could put things on the table and let's discuss. And that helps. Everybody goes home knowing that we collectively did the right thing. So I want to see more like Endatemo, you're very professional in that one, in that space. Please, where there are issues and you think or you don't think that the bank should go in a particular direction, please put that analysis on the table so that together we can all benefit from that analysis. But we also know, finally, that most of our civil society organizations are weak in their capacities. And so we spend quite a lot of time. We have the CAW, the Climate Action Window that we approved last year. That has some money in it, which we've committed 75% to adaptation, different from the normal bank funding, then 15% for mitigation. But we've also kept 10% for capacity building, technical assistance. And that's several of the NGOs and CSOs are benefiting from that technical assistance. Because we know, for instance, the African Development Bank cannot keep going every year, say, to Green Climate Fund and have 5, 6, 7 projects approved for us. It's not possible. But if we could get 5 other CSOs apply, get countries to apply, they can get a lot more than one institution can get. So there's a whole lot of opportunities for us to work together, the civil society and the bank, to drive our energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alors là,
So, I am caught in between. On the one hand, I see hands raised. I would have loved to give the floor to everyone. On the other side, you wouldn't really know because I'm trying to pull, given that we've gone beyond the allocated time. And again, I wish to give the floor to our panel members for one last round. With your permission, please grant me this favor. Let me give the floor to our panel members to round up, to wrap up our discussions. It's not going to end here. We're going to continue online post this event. You could meet them or write them. So I'm going to begin with one last round of questions. First, Ucheduru, closing statement.
Thank you very much, and thanks once again for making that time to be here with us. Just to end, I think I want to echo what Professor Nyong mentioned. In my own words, I would say we are looking forward, at least from my own department's perspective, to move forward from some kind of an ad hoc consultation interaction with CSOs. We want to see a situation where CSOs become co-creators. I think that's the word I want to use, that you become co-creators, not just critical advocates. Because even when you talk about consultation, the bank has, I think, a plethora of avenues within which CSOs can interact with us. From the very beginning, I was talking with some colleagues from the Bank Information Center, and I said, to what extent do CSOs engage us from the planning stage of projects that the bank supports, rather than just situations where we know about CSOs only when there's a problem? We want to see CSOs becoming more of co-creators in our development initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dominique Pitou.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I would like to commend the role of civil society organizations. I think it's very important for you to keep on echoing concerns at local levels, at regional levels, and through your governments, through your international and regional organizations. Thank you very much for your time here during elaborating the 10-year strategy and all other strategies elaborated by the bank. Thank you. Nathalie Chinjebodian, I would like to thank you.
Is that transparency remains at the heart of the bank's operation, programs, and activities. And as the office, I'm talking about the Office of the Secretary General and General Secretariat, that has a responsibility to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the disclosure and access to information policy. We'll continue to do it. We've been quite successful at it. We're going to be continue working with the civil society as well as our internal stakeholder, the department concerned, and other key stakeholders to ensure that transparency remains at the top of our agenda. Thank you.
Merci à vous, Mariam Diawara.
Thank you very much, Mariam Diawara. Thank you. On my part, I would like to point out the important part played by the civil society in the work of the IRM. I would like to say this is a daily collaboration, not just as partners, because often we meet at various, or we see the civil society involved at various stages of the IRM's work. They help us to finalize our processes to ensure that the actual needs of people are considered. As proof, the civil society is involved in awareness activities of the IRM when we get to the field to meet the people. Also, how we train mediators towards settling disputes, and the review also of the IRM. When the fourth review will begin this year, we're going to resort to the civil society in complaint management, because they represent the population as representatives, as advisors, but they play an important part given that the population trusts them. They have a mandate to represent their people at the IRM, and so it's a collaboration which has been ongoing for some time now. I think we need to keep on sharpening our relationships, or our relations, for the benefit of all. Thank you very much. Martha Firi, over to you for your closing statement.
Thank you. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to work together to make things happen, leverage the moment. To the point that has been raised, and I think it has been raised by a couple of people, that we are in a situation where development financing is going down. That's the reality. And that's where you come in as civil society, to make sure that whatever amount goes into development financing projects, you are fully involved, so that you can advise on the aspects of the project that will maximize impact on people. The good thing is this, that the 10-year strategy is very clear and puts you there, and that the civil society engagement action plan, which we co-created, is there, so that we can monitor progress. And I want to finish by quoting the young lady I hope you are young, who started the conversation this morning, you will recall. She said one of the big challenges that is there is about data and monitoring, to make sure that we track the results and progress that we need to make. And as civil society, I think it's your important role to make sure that each project, you are able to capture the results that we commit to deliver, and then you keep track. Those results should be disaggregated. How many women are benefiting and how many young people are benefiting. This is the way that we can make a difference. So I hope this is a good start. Thank you.
It is indeed. Thank you very much. Anthony Young.
Yeah, thank you very much. I call you development partners for a reason, because that's exactly what you are. You know, you may see that the countries you come from are struggling. Let's not constantly assume that everyone out there knows what to do, but they're just doing the wrong things. No. Many of these countries are struggling. The continent accesses just 3% of climate finance. We're struggling over the years. How do we raise that from 3% to 10%, for instance, which is still very meager? Many of you seated in this room have the capacity to work with us, to work with the government, to see that that resource flow increases. It's not only about antagonism. When you work closer with your governments, you will understand the troubles and the struggles they go through. You'll be in a position to understand and then work with us to say how we resolve those issues. Is it capacity? Is it policy? Is it regulation? You can advise and we can work together. So I really want to see a good relationship, stronger, encouraging relationships between the civil societies and their governments, and also the African Development Bank, so that together we can work as partners. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I think for agriculture, it's only logical to engage the people that are actually involved in producing the food, or to engage the people who are involved in processing, or to engage the people who actually suffer the most from the impacts of climate change. It only makes a lot of sense to engage them. That is why for us, and I mentioned with an example from the Nairobi conference, engaging with the Pan-African Farmer Organization, and I'm happy that Dr. Pambele is here, engaging with them has actually opened our horizon onto what the challenges, what the landscape, what the opportunities are. And I think, and I want to thank Martha and also thank Zainab and thank the CSO department for facilitating and helping us. Also Maria, we just have to do more of this. We have to engage more. Because I think unless you are at the table, it's a saying that presence is influence. Unless at the table, you really cannot change things. That's why we need the CSO at the table to influence what we do and to make sure we do in the most effective, in the most impactful ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Solomon, please join me in thanking this amazing panel. Merci à vous, mesdames et messieurs, pour vos interventions.
Thank you very much for your interventions, ladies and gentlemen, and taking the time to answer in a very comprehensive fashion all the questions raised here and online. Technical room, can you turn on Solomon's mic? Because I think he has a few words to add.
Not yet.
C'est bon.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to say a very big thanks, starting with, of course, Dr. Martin Fregene. Let's give it to him. Let's give it to him, please. Professor Anthony Young, Martha Piri, Dr. Martha Piri, Mariam Diawara, Dr. Natalie Chinje Budyong. Do I say Dr. Dominic? Okay, Dominic Butom. And Uche Durwe. Am I a doctor as well? There you go. And for me also, I normally put D-I-R. It doesn't mean doctor. And of course, our very able starring moderator, Marian Jao. So I will ask our guests to take their seats because we now want to transition into the closing ceremony or the closing part of this. So please do kindly take your seats and thank you so much. You need a family photo.
Yes,
so
of course,
family
please,
photo,
please.
Family photo. Where the photographers quickly.
On veut garder en mémoire ce moment. Please.
We have to immortalize this moment.
Excellent.
Exactement.
That's it. Maria, come this side. Come this side. No, move on there. Yes, move on. Yes, there you go.
Of course I do.
Yes, excellent. That's it. Oh, Edie, please join us. Yes, yeah. Yes, voila. Okay, thank you so much. Very well, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, just settle down. We're going to finish very soon. Don't go far. Yeah. Okay. Elected. Okay. Yes, so we'll just get the lectern back up because we've got a number of two speakers.
Technical team, please.
Okay. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, Mexico, Mexico. Okay, so thank you so much for this in the sense that now we are going to do 3 things or 4, and they're all a matter of seconds. The first one is we are going to have a civil society declaration, will then be followed by remarks from the civil society organization representatives, just one of them. Then the closing statement from our manager here, Zainab Toure. You've been starring today, Zainab, I tell you, trending. And so please, I want us to just keep that energy because you're doing very well. It feels like we're starting the day.
Merci, Solomon.
Solomon, thank you for boosting our energy again. So let's now hear the civil society closing remarks. This is the ultimate stage. It's Madame Pauline Nantogo who will be speaking on behalf of civil society organizations, African cities mobilized for this forum. She's going to share the views and expectations of organizations. You have the floor, Madame Nantogo. Please join us here.
Let's give it to Pauline, please. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. As a non-French speaking person, I have absolutely no clue what she promised you that I'm coming to do. But it's an honor for me to be standing before you. Normally you keep the best for last. So I'm going to assume that this is the best function. I was requested to give a few closing remarks on this occasion where we are celebrating our engagement as CSOs with the bank. We've been described as the conscience and the compass of the bank, responsible for elevating voices of rural and urban communities, and that our participation is so important because it ensures alignment. And then Augustine dropped in, I don't know whether that was a threat or a caution. He said, if you're not on the table, you are on the menu. And I thought about that statement. I come from Uganda, a country where we have been schooled in the concept of defiance. So I asked myself, if I were to be on that menu, what would my strategy be? And then I'm a biologist. I know that when I go to the forest and I find fruits that monkeys are not touching, birds are not touching, insects are not touching, I should stay very far away from those fruits because they are poisonous. So I said, you dare put me on that menu? I am going to clothe myself with all manner of toxicity. I'll be so unpalatable that nobody would want to be near me. So it's in the interest of all of us for me to be on this table as opposed to being on the menu. And then we were also taken on a journey on how this collaboration started. I listened to Mamadou describing that survey that was done, the engagement with the bank. And I thought about, as a scientist, there's so many surveys that we do, and we keep on the shelves, and they catch dust, and they never see the light of day. So we are here today to celebrate that boldness by the bank, to not only leave that study on the shelves, but to get it and transform this relationship that we have with them from just being on the peripheral observers, probably clothing ourselves with that venom because we are scared of being on the menu, to being given an opportunity to even participate in developing the strategy. He left out a few juicy details. I remember in 2022, what was that strategy you were launching? And then President Adesina was there. I did not know he could dance so well. I mean, we got onto the stage, they put on the music. I couldn't even dance because he had done my beat for me. So there are many, it's been an interesting journey to getting to this point where there is a structured, institutionalized arrangement where we can participate proactively, as opposed to waiting for the bank to make a mistake and we make all manner of noise. And we are good at making noise. But how are we going to sustain this relationship? I think, was it Lebogang who talked about value proposition, that we must make sure that we have a very clear value proposition of meaningful co-creation and inclusion, where we innovatively harness the indigenous knowledge and ideas of the people that we represent, to be able to work with the bank and come up with effective and optimal solutions to the development problem. And then the panel here has talked about the technical depth that we need to put on the table. They seemed to indicate that once it's very clear that your ideas, your statements are backed with technical rigor, really the world has no choice but to listen to what you are saying. As I leave, close this function, or speak before Zeneb, who is coming to do the actual closing, I also have a take-home message on how we are planning to continue with the momentum where we will transform this into a lasting relationship of mutual respect, embracing the spirit that the bank has displayed before us of collaborative governance. We need to give ourselves more, be a bit more intentional to understand the bank's CSO strategy. We are a very diverse community as CSO. We are not familiar with this commercial finance type of language, maybe the catalytic finance. So you see a call for proposals, it says technical assistance. If you don't understand how the bank speaks and what the strategy of the bank is, it's going to be very difficult for us to even participate in the windows that are specifically created for us. But also in the spirit of credibility and transparency, we also need to work on our own credibility. And also remember that the few of us that come into this room, we are a privileged lot that get to occupy this space, get to listen to these statements, get to listen to this wisdom, but also get a chance to contribute. So we have a responsibility of making sure that we also cascade this experience and knowledge to the constituency that we represent, and also that when we are coming into these spaces, we do some consultation, we do some studies, we collect knowledge so that when we are participating in these engagements, we are speaking from an informed point of view. Thank you very much.
So much. Yeah, thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Right, thank you so much for that. And it's good you picked up on what was discussed earlier and the key words that came through where we're being told to be at the table. And we were saying also, do look at the size of your plate just to make sure that there's equitable distribution when we come to these things. So now may I call upon Zeynep Toure to come and deliver closing remarks. I think you've worked very hard together with your team, so let's give a round of applause to Zeynep, please. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Solomon.
Thank you very much, Solomon.
Few remarks than closing remarks, but it will close this wonderful CSO forum. Chers collègues, chers partenaires.
Dear colleagues, dear partners, as we turn over the leaf of the pages of this forum, during which we celebrated our partnership, I wish to say a big thank you to you from the bottom of my heart for your presence, your ideas, your energy, your convictions. Thank you for bearing the voice of civil societies, for honoring our communities, and also for celebrating with us the essential contributions of civil society to the development of the continent. Here I'm referring to the partners and staff of the bank here present. This forum was more than just any event. It was a moment for us to come together and collectively celebrate, highlight our successes, share lessons, but also talking about our challenges and the road that lies ahead in terms of the implementation of the bank's 10-year strategy, as well as its engagement action plan. This action plan, we've agreed, will be our beacon for the next 4 years of collaboration between the bank and civil society. Recommendations were also shared in the course of this forum, which recommendations will subsequently be brought to your attention, and together we'll see how by next year we'll try to ensure that some of those recommendations will be implemented, and we'll also start the implementation of the action plan. As I have said, however, I am standing here just to say thank you, starting with the executive directors of the African Development Bank here present, for your interest and especially your guidance throughout the preparatory process, not only of the action plan, but also this forum, because you keenly looked at all the aspects pertaining to civil society for us to improve the format and program of this forum. Please give them a hand. To Vice Presidents Beth Danforth and Nina Wabufo for your constant presence by our side, the VP have been here for that, insisting that we have meetings. My thanks to senior management here present. But I want to expressly thank this leader called Martha. Thanks to her leadership and her sense of listening, she's been able to guide us throughout this year as we prepare this forum so that we have an authentic forum which would be a platform for mobilization and exchange of views. To our wonderful moderator, Solomon, who really gratified us with a merci beaucoup in French, with the accent to go with it. As he promised in 2022, I don't know if you recalled, he promised that he would speak in French, and he did it brilliantly.
Marie-Angèle.
Marie-Angèle, what can I say to you? Your elegant moderation, rigor, and your benevolence. Thank you very much, Marie-Angèle. You gave us an exceptionally brilliant performance. Hearty thanks to the civil society organizations. We are celebrating you, celebrating the work we do together. Your representatives. Your representatives on the Bank Civil Society Committee. Thank you very much. Your representatives on the Bank Civil Society on Climate and Energy Coalition. Thank you very much, and Augustine and your team. And to our interpreters, because we always forget them. I didn't want to put them at the end, but the midway in our vote of thanks, because I'm not done. Our interpreters will brilliantly discharge the multilingual communication flow, because moving from one language to the other. Our protocol team, the conference management team, Javier and his team. When I talk of protocol, I'm thinking of Libo, who has been spending sleepless nights for some time now, and our entire team. The security, with what we experienced today, we really got a feel of the role of security. The entire bank team, IT, DORSAF, who is on the other side of the screens. I did not want to mention names, but it would be remiss for me not to mention some names. Let me thank you, all of you of the task force. This is the product of collective work. And special gratitude to our technical and financial partners of Coafec, the Korean Fund. Thanks to their support via Firm Department, which is a partnerships department. Thanks to Coafec's assistance, the Civil Society Forum is gaining grounds and over time, because we have the resources to bring in scores of people to attend this forum. Let me convey warm thanks to Yuna and her team, who are online from Korea, time difference irrespective, for their faithfulness and support. Let me say thank you to 10 volunteers who provided us assistance. As you saw, it's not the security. Many young people who are volunteers, who are of the NGO known as Young Leaders of Tomorrow, and they've been providing us their support since the organization of this forum. If those young volunteers are in this room, Martha, they are young leaders of tomorrow. You are indeed the leaders of tomorrow, because a group of youth who are working voluntarily without any financial compensation or reward, this is something worth commending and encouraging, and against this backdrop of people always thinking about money. Thank you very much. We sowed the seeds together. Now we have to cultivate so that we can harvest within the next 2 to 3 years before the end of the action plan, so that when we will implement or assess this, we can see the impact. But before I close, let me thank what I've been referring to as the dream team from the very beginning, the civil society team. Please come to the stage, the entire civil society team. Please stand and be counted. Today, we are going to set aside our humility. Luther, please come, let me introduce you. Luther Yamiogo. Luther Yamiogo, really the master of this forum. Jerry, Chika, Sina, she's been moving from hotels to airports, addressing tickets, visas. Singer, I promised to offer you a massage. Emily. This is Emily. So all the documents you received, sometimes at midnight, this is the person who gave you sleepless nights, disrupting your sleep. We also have Minemba Traore, our El Haj. El Haj Minemba, thank you very much for your support. These are the civil society officers of regions where they all came to backstop the HQ team. Let me start with the CSO officers. We have Isen. Isen, you came from Central Africa. Thank you. We have Chika. Chika, are you there? They welcomed the participants at the entrance with Usain Chinelo. Chinelo just joined the division. She's been in the bank for some time, and this is her baptism of fire. She's not been able to get some sleep. I said, well, you wanted to come to HGC. Faustine led the study on the mapping of female entrepreneurs associations. Thank you very much. We have Jeanne, bustling with energy, who celebrated her birthday working hammer and tongs, our gender junior consultant. We have Evelia, all the branding here. Do we have Alfonso here? Somebody told me that they have the impression they were in the stadium at the African Cup of Nations tournament or a World Cup tournament. This is the impression you have when you see the players get to the field. So the video footage you saw this morning, all that pertains to branding, communication, media. I think that Solomon's team, we also have Evelia now, flooding all bank platforms on communication, civil society engagement. This is the small team that makes the wonders. Please give them a hand. This is teamwork at its best. Thank you. We will be seeing you very soon at the annual meetings. We'll have a CSO event at the annual meetings. I hope to see you there in your numbers. In the meantime, throughout the year, while we wait for the next CSO forum, we will continue our interactions in the countries at the CSO Open Days. We have a number of those this year, and we also have a number of country strategic papers, which we have to provide assistance to in the organization, bearing the voice of civil society. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you all. And to those coming from afar, I wish you a safe return and see you soon.
Okay. Oh, okay, you've taken family photo.
Non, on m'a oublié ceux qui sont en ligne.
Okay.
Ils sont des milliers. Oh là là.
Okay.
Ceux qui sont en ligne, merci, merci.
Oh, we did not mention those who are online. Thank you very much. There were many more questions online and from the room. How could I leave them out? Thank you very much. And kudos to us all. Well, we didn't even take any picture of ourselves.
live with them every single day. They hear their issues and their challenges, and
Okay,
therefore we as a multilateral financial institution must be very sensitive to feedback that we get from civil society, and we are.
The African Development Bank is meeting civil society organizations where they are driving real change. Grassroots and youth organizations.
Okay,
women's
I think we are coming to the very end.